Yo. Poo poo poo. Poo poo poo. Kiva. Hi, sound check. Sound, sound, sound. Sound, sound, sound. Hi. Today talking about body dysphoria. Thank you, Kiva. Inspired. I'm inspired by conversation today. So, about body dysphoria. When a person's quality of life is largely affected by their concept of their body. Like they look at their body and they don't experience their body. They are looking at their body. They are experiencing the observation of the body. In essence, if we think about, let me read the body dysphoria. Let's read the official definition. Commonly referred to as body dysmorphic disorder or body dysmorphia is a mental health condition defined by an intense, overwhelming preoccupation with perceived flaws in physical appearance that are minor or noticeable to others. So, thank you, Kiva. By the way, on hair note, I decided to try curly method. So, this is my hair with curly method. I bought myself some products and now I am having, I guess, some obsessive behavior surrounding hair because I mean it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting how it works. So key characteristics. Key characteristics. Thank you, Benito. Obsessive fixation, spending hours each day ruminating over specific features like skin, nose, hair, overall body shape. Compulsive behaviors, engaging in repetitive actions such as constant mirror checking, excessive grooming, skin picking, or comparing appearance with others, are also perhaps tending on the scale all the time. Avoidance, staying away from social situations or public events due to intense fear of judgment or embarrassing. And distress, experiencing severe emotional pain that interferes with daily life, work, and relationships. This is quite epic degree of this condition of body dysphoria, but I think that a lot of people, the majority of people, are probably affected by this problem to some capacity. Because it's quite often that we can see people commenting about their appearance that this is wrong, this should be different, that they should wear that they cannot, for example, wear this dress to this event because their figure is not so perfect. Or when they will say that this feature of theirs doesn't allow them to appear somewhere or do something, or that they blame their appearance on some lack of success in personal relationships, for instance. It's Benita wants to have six-pack abs. Sure. But the good question to think about, what for? All right, almost like that measuring statement from the shorts. Yes, exactly that. Looks maxing also belongs to, I think, it largely belongs to the spectrum of conditions. It belongs to the spectrum of phenomena that we can put under this umbrella of body dysphoria. When a lot of life events, when a lot of life circumstances are in our imagination, are looks maxing, yes, are submitted to some physical attributes. And at first, the person will be having, for example, some abstract goal there and then that is absolutely unattainable because they don't possess certain physical features. Then it starts spilling into more mundane things, like the person will start walking with certain anxiety, as if always carrying some observer, and moreover judging observer with them. They will be communicating with people through the lens of not just experiencing communication, but through being watched by something external, giving them those somewhat inadequate behavioral patterns. It's a really difficult scenario to be in fact, because what in objective reality just a body part, for human that body part becomes a weapon of some internalized judge. And here we see a person separating from their body, not experiencing life through their body, and instead standing within a group of potential figures that bear negative opinions and judgments. So this is our body, and this is the mind with a bunch of imaginary characters in imaginary situations, in absolute abstractions, looking at that body that feels completely abandoned at that moment. The body becomes a concept. It stops being the vehicle to experience life. It becomes a concept that a person looks at externally, not from within this body, not accurately compiling the information that they receive through their body, but just looking at it. They dissociate with some body part or body parts, making them observed as opposed to felt. And then they struggle, for instance, with being able to improve their overall state, which is not surprising because you cannot necessarily care or appreciate or give, like respect the function of something that you don't love, something that you hate, something that you want to dissociate from. Yes, Kiva, question. I'll go grab tea. 1 second. So it's insecurity, or is this on a different level? Yes, effectively it's insecurity, because what is security? Let's define security. When does a person feel fully secure? A person feels fully secure when they are fully integrated, when they're very grounded, when they are when they're resourceful, when they know they control the areas of their life that they can control, when they see the spectrum of things that they can control, when they know the tools for their life. This is when person will feel most secure. And moreover, also with the state of total integration, in the state of total connection between all the components of a human, which are our mind and our body. When there is an internal conflict, this creates insecurity. Internal conflict is vulnerability. When you separate something about yourself, when you split yourself into parts, this part is devoid of resources from this part is devoid of resources from this part, creates vulnerability. Any split between inside of yourself is effectively the pathway to insecurity. And if a person deliberately disconnects from something about themselves, instead of integrating it, this is insecurity. How did I get here? This is psychology. I wear some TXH in souls. This is Tantra. I'm Tantra coach. I'm not psychologist. I'm not therapist. Tantra coach, Tantra therapist, if you wish. Disconnect like system shutdown. It's not necessarily system shutdown. It's what would be a good analogy? Let's think. Um, a lot of things come to my mind as analogies. For instance, in the case of very strong anxiety, your physicality, the part of yourself that's here and now, which is your body, is very far from the mind that's there and then. Is it system shutdown? It is the shutdown of your awareness and sensory exchange with the body. Active sensory exchange is shut down. You're only effectively, your mind only now exists in this abstraction somewhere. Whatever you are preoccupied by, some ideas, some concepts, they're there and then. Your body is here and now. Let me bring incinerator sticks. So your body is here and now. Your thoughts are there and then. So in that instance, the information from the body, the feedback from with the body is shut down. You are not feeling in that moment. Your body is running on some automation, on some default. You cannot connect with your body from that state. So, for example, a moment of anxiety, strong anxiety, it can be characterized by disconnect in the system. And abusing this scenario will lead to system shutdown. If you run yourself in this mode, in this regime, this will be a shutdown. When the disconnect, when this separation becomes unbearable. I danced all the way here on algorithm, but he plays a good tune. I'll give him that much. This could be useful. Yeah, stick around, see. And if you have any questions, please answer them. Wait, ask them, not ask, answer them. Answer them is for Kiva. And if you have any questions, it's like inside a joke here. Can cause system shutdown in the long run, yes. Because then if you don't locate any processing power to address essential physical needs, and instead you are there and then in your abstractions and your thoughts, traveling in time back and forth, traveling through myriads of possibilities and potential scenarios in some probabilistic space, your body is here, tries to live, tries to communicate with you. You're like, nah. You're there and then eventually, yeah, there will be a shutdown likely. Or it will be rather hard demand for you to return to the body. This is what happens often with anxiety, with anxious people, with people with anxiety disorder. Chad, thank you, welcome back. Nice to see you. No, Kiva, ask questions. I love your questions. Everybody, yes, I love your questions, guys. So with body dysphoria, it's such an individualized topic. Thinking of approaches in Tantra therapy. Tantra is wonderful because it doesn't separate. I was very happy to specifically focus my efforts on learning Tantra because Tantra treats human as a whole. There is no separate mind that we need to fix. No, we use body as our tool just as much as we use our mind. They are not interchangeable. They are together. They are integrated. And this is what we pursue. In particular, today, I had a moment when I just started spiraling in my thoughts. I will give you an example that illustrates the direction of tantric work that is applicable to body dysphoria. I was getting myself worked up because I had one set of plans for the day. I had an idea what I wanted to accomplish. Instead, I was called to do something that was time sensitive. Then I also ended up sleeping a little bit longer than I was planning. Then I also was like looking at the clock and I was like, I'm not moving towards things that I want to accomplish today. And instead, I'm taking a totally different route that I am not enjoying, even though I'm doing that thing specifically to enjoy it. Hello, Shuriken. So imagine what's happening in my mind. There is a vision, a plan for the day. And one thing didn't go as I planned, outside of my control. The other thing went not as I planned, also outside of my control. I still want to make progress on this route. But one thing, second thing, third thing, and here I am looking at the clock, noticing the time, and that I'm not moving in accordance to my plan. Moreover, I'm exhausting some other resources here. So I started feeling this anxiety that has been familiar to me since my childhood. When there is this perceived sense of urgency to do something on your predicted path, but things just don't work out. And of course, my brain is conditioned to be afraid of that. When things don't go as planned, of course, I have very low threshold to jumping into anxiety because I was trained through very strict upbringing that failure to deliver something in a timely fashion, something that is expected, something that is right to do, leads to very strong stress or physical discomfort. So I have this biological predisposition to slipping into these scenarios. So I'm on this detour, effectively. My day was supposed to go like this, in my mind. Supposed to go like this. Instead, it goes like this. And I catch myself that instead of enjoying the pleasantries on this path, mentally I am worried about not having this done at all yet. And also having some unexpected resources required on this path, deliverables required on this path. So I'm hit by this like double mental load, and my anxiety is crippling. I caught myself that my mind went there and then, started replaying the habitual scenario of failure spiral. So I'm already in my mind, I'm already miserably failing, even though here and now I have all conditions to enjoy the moment. But I am there and then, experiencing failure, experiencing disappointment, frustration, and I feel like my body no longer can live in here and now fully. My body also started getting submitted by this scenario. Because of this disconnect, my body went into a survival scenario. My internal frustration about there and thens, about some habitual destructive scenarios, completely shattered my ability to be here and now and live my best life. So in that exact moment, I betrayed what would be my genetic maximum for that situation. My probabilistic maximum of experiencing this moment and here and now getting pleasure from this situation, performing well on this path, enjoying it, was impossible. So I betrayed this moment because I dissociated from it. And lucky me, I know the tools. Lucky me, I have a habit of tracking that stuff. I have a habit of acknowledging this is distress, this is frustration, this is me separating from my body. I need to do something. It doesn't feel right. I have it exercised. So the first thing that I did, I was like, what is the body that can enjoy this situation? What is the persona that can enjoy the situation? I go back into my body. I don't even try to go to some other concept. In this field, at this point, when anxiety response is going, when some distress is going from this concept to this concept alone will not help. We need to connect back with the body on new terms. So what I do, I'm like, okay, what is the body that enjoys current moment? What is the body that lives in the paradigm that I wanted to create initially? If I went in accordance to my plan, if I embraced this path, if I was able to embrace this path, what would be the body like that? And I notice, okay, my voice when I am in separation, my voice becomes like this. Life is a strenuous process, a lot of disappointment. Whatever happens to the voice, I won't replicate it now. What happens to my posture? What happens to my face? What is the face? What is the posture? What is the energy of a person who was on the desired path? Can I do that? Absolutely, I'm familiar with that. So what I do, instead of journeying between the concepts and trying to grasp and meditate on the concept alone, what I do, I put my mind into the body and in the value system, on the path that I initially wanted, if you wish, energetically. And here I am. I am suddenly embracing, I am developing strength, I am developing wholeness, I'm developing resourcefulness. And resourcefulness is an understanding what your life is about, what tools you have, feeling your stability, groundness. I understand it now, I feel it. And I can move on without the feeling that the day is a failure. It's a wasted day. No, I bring myself back on the path of good energy, on the path of high energy, on the path of wholeness, and on the path of opportunity. Because, well, it would be fallacy to think that at 4 p.m. the day was over and I didn't have a chance to do anything that I envisioned for myself. Because all events preceding 4 p.m. mark were not in accordance to my plan. But should I have stayed there in that cloud, separated from my body, the day would be a failure. The day would be a failure, and moreover, what would I do? I would exercise again the pattern of living on the failure path. I would teach my brain, I would teach the rest of my body that this is how I live. I wouldn't have exercised the body language. I wouldn't have exercised placing myself on the path of desired outcome. Instead, I took an effort and I moved back into the body that corresponds to the path of the desired outcome and experienced it, even on the path that was spontaneously not as I planned. Sounds similar to side effects from certain experiments I'm familiar with. I can understand the scenario and I can relate distraction guilt. Cool. Teaching the brain is fun. It's like re-engineering, as I call it. Yes, Kiva. That's why in Tantra we first meet our beautiful, let's say new or desirable comfort zone, our default, our baseline, like we did on Saturday. We feel it, we live through it. And then we can recreate it on demand. And moreover, when we have it, we also know where dysfunction lies. For instance, remember that state when I was describing it, I was experiencing it this time as something in the back just blooms. Radiance is perceived. I feel it. This is my baseline. I can compare my daily experiences with that standard. And if I don't feel that way, then I can inquire, what is it, why? Why is it so? I know how it can be. I know how amazing it can be. I know how productive it can be, how enjoyable it can be, what capabilities it opens in me. Just like that, on demand. And whenever I feel like, I can remember now, because that feels amazing. And what? The Great Own? I'm new here. Welcome, the Great Own. And how decisions are going to differ from that state, from the decisions that are made from this state. And moreover, decisions are decisions, but life experience is happening right now. And if we are there and then in some doom and gloom for no reason at all, for no objective reason at all, then we just failed to experience life in the now. Which means that for many hours, we haven't been experiencing life. Because we can only experience life when we're fully embodied, when we're fully in our body, when we're fully wholesome. This is when we experience life. This is what is described as ecstasy of life. This is what is described as this enlightened state, if you wish. The wholeness of a human. Full recollection. Not recollection. Reassembly, let's say. And now let's go back to body dysmorphia. In a body dysmorphia scenario, a human spends, question, yes, Kiva? A human spends vast amount of time living in separation from their body. Could be some traumatic event, could be some anxiety problem. But a habit of being there and then, as opposed to being in the body, could snap a person into that state. Whatever reasons lead to this body dysphoria, the problem boils down to this outcome. The person is not in the body. They're there and then. They're looking at their body. They're not wholesome. Before I said blending, but integrating is a better word. Shuriken, good comment, good remark. Is that also the feeling of clarity? Likely is going to bring you clarity, yes. The clarity, by the way, Kiva, may feel like, okay, I found an answer to some question. For example, I was working hard in science on I had this hypothesis that I proved on escape of electrons from quantum wells in semiconductor devices. And eventually I found the very plausible hypothesis that I proved experimentally on that mechanism. I found the answer. I developed clarity in this problem. But the sense of clarity itself, that lingering sense of clarity itself, is when you no longer have a question, when you are fully satisfied. It's what remains when you found the satisfaction. It's not necessarily the formulation, a moment when you formulate the answer. It is the lingering feeling that remains after you have come to understanding. Clarity can be a spectrum. Clarity can be a path from finding that answer to experiencing not having the question. And then when you're not having the question, what remains there? And can it be achieved not just by answering the question, but also making the question not relevant anymore? Which in both cases, unless you are solving some instrumental problem, for instance, how to assemble a table, in which where clarity would be knowing how to assemble a table and having a table. It has a particular goal, materialized goal. Sometimes certain mental puzzles may benefit from either finding the answer to the question and sealing this topic for yourself, or opening the space after this question, or dissolving the importance of the question. That also can lead to clarity. This is one of the reasons why I'm always advocating martial arts practice, especially with the practice of certain types of martial arts. The synthesis of mind and body is really profound. It is, Shuriken, and it's very cool to have your perspective on this matter as well. So ending with no questions and just having the sense of achievement. Sense of achievement is also fleeting. It's, I would think even further. Sense of achievement is, I achieved. But what is past that achievement? Past that achievement is new foundation. Past this achievement is the road, is the clear road to move further. Life never stops. We cannot just like achieved and everything stops. No, life always moves. So whatever happens, however your flow of life transforms after this milestone, this is where, this is the aftermath of achievement. And this is where you will feel clarity. It's the new way of living on this path, the clarity way. Clarity is not, I wouldn't say that it's a achievement, some like barrier to take. I would focus on the aftermath of achievement. What this clarity opens for you. If you, for example, achieved clarity in how to make a table, you wanted to make a table for something, now you can use a table. This is your new foundation, your new baseline, you found it. Through the method of building a table, you built yourself a beautiful, functional table. You use it now every day. So, in our mental pursuits, we find some answer to open the new path, to open the new door, to open this portal to something new, to new experience, without the problem muffling our perception. These thoughts come to my mind right now. So we were talking about, Kiva, are you puzzled, Kiva? So, speaking about body dysphoria, the first thing that I would point to a person in that scenario is that no matter what, no matter how your body looks, no matter how your body appears to you, it is the only tool for you to fully experience life. The only way to fully experience life is to be fully embodied. And the more senses you awaken, the more sensors you wake up, the more sensors you connect with, the more fulfilling your life will be, inevitably. Some say they knew it was new. I'm always puzzled. It's okay. Let's continue. I'll keep everything in mind. So, no matter what your body looks like, it's your only vehicle, the only vehicle for you to experience life. There is this fallacy that mind is somehow separate from the body. People love to say body and mind. Mind is a property of the body. Mental work is the function of organ called brain. That's a part of our body that always receives feedback, sends signals and receives feedback from the entire body. Our senses, our body is equipped with sensors everywhere. And when we turn on connection, how does sensor work? We need to have some sensing mechanism, so some stimulus hits and something activates. Some chemistry is being produced. In our body, it's chemical reactions. So I hit my palm, some localized chemistry is produced. It triggers some electric signal that now gets transmitted through the nerves into my spinal cord and then to the brain. Brain computes it, also connects it with the visual signal and the audio signal that my finger just hit my palm. It sees that it's a palm, it sees that it's a finger, and I train my brain, I show it that this is the process of hitting my palm with the finger. And I have full sensory picture, full sensory portrait of this process. And this is happening at all times. Right now, you're probably sitting. You're kind of probably numb or unaware of the fact that your feet touch the ground. You take it for granted. It's not something actively processed. If you pinch yourself right now, pinching your leg will be actively processing because it's sharp, it's new sensation. It produces strong load of chemistry. It's a strong signal that your brain will register as, oops, something is out of the ordinary. Something disrupted my current homeostasis. But the fact that you are sitting on the chair or on the couch, you're probably not actively feeling every square centimeter of your skin that touches the surface underneath you. If I now lean on the back of the chair, suddenly this wooden plank produces a new signal to my back. I feel it. I have an awareness with that. Then I can also wake up some other things. Stretch my body, for example. I will stretch my shoulders. And I send this pleasant signal of stretching. I changed my position. I flooded it with blood. I activated deeper tissues by that. We always communicate. There's always communication between our mind and our body. And this is what is life. How much sensory information I can receive, transmit, and register. Because if, for example, a person does not receive sensory information, they are not experiencing a good chunk of it, good chunk of the world. If a person does not transmit sensory information, this can be another problem. And if the person is not computing, and this is the common problem, person may not be computing the sensory information. They may be living so much in detachment from their body that they forget to compute the information that they receive from the body. Because a lot of the signals that they receive become autopiloted. Brain can only process so much. If there is no habit of returning into the body and deliberately listening to the signals from the body, communicating with the body, establishing this connection, establishing these pathways, then all of the signals that the brain receives from the body become automatic. They bypass our active perception. It just goes, records somewhere. But the person is there and then. Their brain is computing something inside of the abstraction that does not exist. But what exists, they're not computing. Hence, they are experiencing very bleak life. Very two-dimensional thing inside of the abstraction world where they're trying to compute some potential scenarios. And very limited scope of communication that they receive from the body. Notice a lot of people who's been going through very anxiety heavy, very body betraying lifestyle, their body starts communicating to them only through pain. They only receive pain. Because the threshold is so high, only pain can go through as a reasonable signal. Just as I illustrate, I'll pinch myself very strongly. And this is something that, yes, this is something that is worthy of paying attention to. Instead of developing a culture of sensitizing yourself, of reading the signals from the body, addressing them, using the brain to address those signals, using the brain to sit with those sensations, using the brain to sit with the sensation of taste, with the sensation of smell, with the visual experiences. Not like just quickly, but actually savoring the thing, studying it like an artist for several moments, but being in the experience of visual contemplation. Or when you hear something, locating your focus to listening. The wind in the leaves of the trees, listening. What we also do in Tantra, we also split focus. We learn to split focus. And we learn to tie different sensations to each other. The leaves, the wind in the leaves produces this sound. And the same wind is going over my body. And I'm laying on the ground and I smell the smell of the ground and flowers. And my focus is split, perhaps equally or in different fractions, to feel that. And then I inhale my entire body. I relax my body through breath. Let me take an inhalation as I'm experiencing these things. Let me inhale this experience and pass it through my entire body. Soften my body in the most restful yet energized state, responding to these stimuli. How grass touches my arms and my legs. And then perhaps some thought, some beautiful thought comes to my brain as well. I ignite everything. There is sunshine playing in the leaves. There is wind producing sounds. There is body feeling the wind everywhere. There is grass touching my limbs. Then also warmth from the sun. And then a thought. something poetic comes to my mind, or perhaps an acknowledgement of how beautiful this moment actually is. And then I inhale it all. I inhale it, allowing my body to soften to all of these experiences in this most restful, healthy state. And this comprehensive experience is the pathway to feeling life, to feeling ecstasy in life. But where is the mind of a person with body dysphoria? The mind of the person with body dysphoria is elsewhere. They cannot feel a good chunk of their body. So what can we do? We can start doing the exercises that are similar to tantric sex training, that are resensitization of the body. This could be one of the powerful tools for working with body dysphoria, besides the conceptual work. How to go back into the body. Embracing experience is really cool. It's like satisfying. Like carefully tasting teas, yes. It's also interesting how sights and sounds can cause strong physical reactions like nausea, goosebumps, etc. Chad is Kiva will vibe with this one because it's also intertwined. Thinking of possible experiments, Kiva. I'm trying very hard to apply my knowledge on chemistry to understanding this subject. Which chemistry? Organic, inorganic, biochemistry, physical chemistry? Which chemistry are you a specialist in? Is it possible for a person to reach a level of separation from body and emotion to the point that they have a schizoid personality, i.e., they have fundamental disinterest in close relationships? You mixed so many things here, Finley Field. Is it possible for a person to reach a level of separation from body and emotion to the point that they have a schizoid personality? I don't know why you put schizoid personality to it. I.e., they have fundamental disinterest in close relationships. It sounds more like we're not dealing with the personality type, which is kind of a little bit arbitrary because there could be mixtures of personality types in one person. But we're dealing with a specific trauma and outcome. So some trauma being adaptation. At some point, the psyche adapted to, for example, like in the child who, when they make, I don't know, some sound when they drink tea, their parent beats their head, slaps their head. So some traumatic reflex was born. The child started being scared of drinking tea, for example. So this is adaptation. You took a biorobot and you trained biorobot to respond a certain way to some stimulus. So the person got traumatized by systemic abuse of the system or by very strong singular event. We don't need schizoid personality there. We need to understand what happened, what outcome it had, and what is the desired goal in this system. Because what we recognize as trauma is, I adapted to something negative back in the day. Now I want to live differently. This adaptation prevents me from living differently. I need a new adaptation. This is what trauma healing is, or readapting yourself effectively. Shuriken, I might be as experienced of a connoisseur, but I find drinking tea without sugar and learning to like the earthly taste opens up perception of the various flavor profiles. Great Owen. I didn't assign anything. It's automatic, you did it. Wait, I just got caught onto the queue. We'll go with something common. Both organic and inorganic. Alchemy is in my voc, so... Absolutely, it really trains the sense of taste. Over time makes it much more perceptive for all taste and smell, of course, not just you. Like the difference between jade and matcha where someone else would just taste bitterness. Yes, so we can train our sensations for sure in multiple things. And it's a very good idea, by the way, to start perhaps with something that you have natural inclination to. And foodies, people who are taste connoisseurs, who people who lean into certain like consumption rituals, can definitely benefit from that. Benefit from tea tasting, or even if there is availability of different sorts of fruits. For instance, apples have a lot of different kinds. You can also taste apples as a form of training. Yet it is also, if we seek efficiency and, for example, resensitizing ourselves, it's very important to broaden your comfort zone or broaden your exposure in different areas, such that we don't get some strong development in one area and strong underdevelopment in some other area. So if there is a priority, for example, to resensitize yourself, we're doing it in different domains. And expanding uniformly. If we're pursuing certain efficiency, if we are not pursuing any particular goal, then it's totally cool to sit for as long as it's enjoyable in something that brings you pleasure. Let me go change my climate settings. Curly method kind of works, doesn't it? It's curly for sure. And on that note, leads me to a question, if I may. Kiva, yes, absolutely. I find myself tasting foreign chemicals in foods and drinks quite acutely these days, and I do critically taste apples too. I eat them every day. Today's was weak, but moderately complex. Yeah, that's true, by the way. When you get into habit of eating whole foods, especially high quality foods, then every synthetic is just like, ouch. It's like, it hits pretty hard. Thank you, Great Own. We are all staring at Kiva, waiting for the question. So it's okay to not have a goal. Yes, madam, as long as there is, I guess, pleasure with progress. That's an interesting question. Because goals can be framed in very different ways. Your goal can be pleasure from the progress. Your goal can be, I want to spend 2 hours every day, indulging in sensory and intellectual pleasures. This can be your goal that you just don't formulate because it seems like it's something in passing. It's not a big goal there and then, but it is something that you pursue in life. It is, in effect, a goal of improvement of quality of life. What is the goal of playing chess, for instance? Why do people sit together and play chess? Okay, there could be a goal to become better at strategy. But ultimately, the goal is to enjoy. We are infusing our life with more things that we enjoy and removing things that we don't enjoy. This is what human progress is about, collectively and individually. We judge our improvements in life by how much we enjoy versus how much we don't enjoy. So pretty much any goal would be serving the objective of enjoying more and not enjoying less. Can it be a goal? Absolutely. For instance, you started performing practices, and now your life is more enjoyable. Are goals and intentions the same thing? That may be an important consideration. Could be. We could break it down. Goals and intention. Remember our not workshop, it was live stream about how to set goals and stick with them. Remember what we're talking about. The more you move towards the goal, the more you put yourself in the state at which achievement of goal is possible, the more the goal diffuses. The intensity of the goal diffuses. Apples from the grocery store have wax and preservatives sprayed on them, which you notice after a while. That's why I peel them, actually, because I don't want to deal with that. The wax is impossible to scrub off. It's like, for example, let's say there is a person, who has high curiosity that conducts experiments and doesn't exactly make goals, but enjoys the progress and whatever outcome is at the end. It's like, for example, there's a person who runs experiments, for example, and enjoys the progress. Well, why? The question arises then. If this activity was not satisfying in itself, then perhaps the concern about the goal setting would be a little bit more full-bodied. But again, you can frame the goal as you just described, that you just want to play this game. You just want to perform this exploratory work. There are people who do PhD degrees in literature. There are people who study literature that was written, it's a synthetic product. And they spend years performing research that produces nothing but fulfillment from some insight, nothing but fulfillment from some mental work on the basis of somebody else's mental work, mental artistic work. What was the goal in all of that? The person who produced pieces of literature, or people who produced pieces of literature. Produced some, they wrote a text that contributed to human heritage, that gave them and other people entertainment, perhaps united people in some experiences, conveyed some emotions, perhaps influenced. Well, so I mean, the person who produces literature also is influenced by something. Has conveyed some influence to further generations. And then the person who who wrote a dissertation, the whole thesis on literature analysis, did this meta thing, producing a synthetic, perhaps even subjective body of work on something that's synthetic and subjective and artistic. If we start dissecting everything that humans do if we try to assign some value to everything that humans do, we will strip away the human experience from everything. Because behind every revolution, behind every major process in the world, behind every tectonic shift, behind anything that happened in the world, there is always an individual experience. And this is the only thing, the individual experience, that actually creates life, that has life spark in it. The individual experience. And yes, for some people, a tantric practice can be an enabling factor for people, for instance, with helplessness, with stuff like that. Some tantric makeover through tantric practice, they will be pursuing the goal of manufacturing something. A novelist or an artist who lost touch with their artistic spark because of certain turbulence in their life, they may find some restorative power inside of tantric practice that will put them back, or to the new level rather, of function at which their inspiration will, or their ability to produce creative work, will be reignited or ignited in a different fashion. And that will lead to production of something. There will be a human who will come to Tantra with, for example, they live with their partner. They're not necessarily satisfied. They go the whole course of Tantra. Now, nothing has changed on the outside, but now two people are happy. What changed? What was produced? Happy people were produced. Was any product produced? No. Was some invention, scientific invention, artistic invention produced? No. But two happy people now experiencing life. And somebody comes to the answer about themselves. Or somebody for the first time goes outside and feels that they live life. What changed? What they produce? In fact, they may lose vigor to produce something, because some people will go through Tantra and they will stop measuring their life in the units of the economy. they will for the first time recognize that this is their unique human experience that cannot be measured in the terms of worth, value, funds, money, resources, because it's qualitative thing. It's a qualitative thing, this human experience of life. So the goals, the productive goal, you define in much broader framework than some business objectives, for example, than deliverables, which also can take place if you are using the tools of Tantra for some very like materialistic, very grounded manufacturing objective. Like a person who experiences burnout, the mere thought of them starting a business, oh my God, they just shrank inside. Even though they have a great idea, they have they have vision for that business, but they're so burnt out that any thought of working more than 3 hours a day challenges them, breaks them inside. No, thanks. So they live in this internal conflict. This is where Tantra will be useful to connect them with their idea. So, Kiva, I want you to think about what you frame as a goal in a broader context, outside of the idea of, how you go to the gym. You did 10 push-ups today. Your goal for tomorrow is to do 11 push-ups. And when you've accomplished 11 push-ups with good technique, you set a new goal to do 12 push-ups. And then, after you have accomplished 12 push-ups with good technique, then you set the goal to increase the complexity of those push-ups. Think about where is defined goal. Introduce a broader picture of the goal. Broader context of what can be a goal if you want to have concept of goal. If you redefine goal as process-oriented, then give yourself permission to just flow with this process. If being in the process is the goal for you. I'm thinking as people, we can get lost in a moment, and we need an external light to illuminate what's inside of us, triggering a response in the person, as you said, the ignition of that spark. If someone was to experience this, I am of most sure this person would be eternally grateful. And if Kiva, for example, my words created the necessity in you to think about the goal, it's not the internet, it's me. Then it's a good practice to analyze why was it ignited, why was it triggered. And then also, what could have ignited me to think about that? What is Q&A sticker? Wait, we're not doing that. Get out of here. Well, a goal to me is future metric, a specific milestone located in the future. It's like a tracker trap. It forces my thoughts out of their comfortable spots. Future metric. What are you measuring? Is there anything to measure? Is there before and after? In this scenario, for instance, of a person who was experiencing, I can, for example, when a client comes, they describe their life. This area of life, this condition, this state, this energy level, this is this and this and this and this. This is written down as the baseline. Then, as they go through practices, they fix certain problematic spots. This is when we have this clear goal setting. If we, for instance, pick practice work. Yeah, clear goal setting exists when there is a problem that we're solving. There is a problem. The person, for example, cannot feel relaxed in the presence of their partner. Their life is miserable. They cannot leave their partner. They're stuck in their relationship. What to do? Help. This is a problem that implies solution. Obviously, to replace these feelings of frustration, this constant stress, with some balanced equilibrium point and happiness as an add-on, as a natural state enabled by that. So we need to make a pathway to that. If there is no problem to solve, then, well, person might be just a happy person who may want to have some self-exploratory curiosity work and some minor tweaks. For example, teaching them to sleep better, or to develop more flexibility when it comes to stresses. For example, there's no problem living normally, but today I had some encounter and it doesn't leave my head. I'm emotionally agitated. My body is still agitated, even though this event already happened quite a bit of time ago. Those things. Life in general is very good. But some little peculiarities. For example, some person cannot, very happy, I know very, very happy person who cannot moderate their appetite. Insanely happy person, just radiant in all areas of life, just super happy, but loves to indulge in very delicious food and cannot resist that. Life is so good for them, they're just indulging in every area of life. So they struggle with a little bit of excess weight just because life is so good and they're just going down this indulgence path. Is there a problem? Minor problem. The person is happy. They just need some little click to fix this little inconvenience, let's say. Chad, thank you so much. To me, a goal is I want this to happen. I want to be like this. I want to master this skill. Sure, yes, can be like that. Can be formulated like that for sure. Yesterday was 3 years since I drank alcohol. In the end, it was vodka, but also drank high shell whiskey. Depression That's amazing, Great Tone, that you are enjoying your life like that now. How do we sign up for you to teach us Tantric? To sign up for me to teach us Tantric, I have application process. So you can email me and submit an application eventually. I think some people have goals but find it difficult to get them on paper, but subconsciously they're on track. It's actually really scary sometimes to, in general, voice or acknowledge your goals and desires. Sometimes they are very scary. Sometimes desires come with conflicts, and this is where also Tantra works to put it all together. Because, yeah, there could be very strong desires that come with, I want this, but. I want this, but. It shouldn't, it's terrible. How can I? Relationships that matter don't need to be maintained, in my opinion. It's two people managing themselves individually, understanding that it's for the growth of both. You can understand anything you want, but you are coming from your family. Your scenario and understanding of love and intimacy, people usually regress a little bit in their childhood when they are in close relationship, close connection with someone. So they will be playing certain track that is a little bit outside of their awareness. They can understand anything. There are so many people who will say, I did it again. I don't know why I do this. I don't know why it keeps happening. But I need this in my life. I don't want it in my life, but I have to have it in my life. And they just go and replay the most unfavorable scenarios over and over, understanding that it's bad. Just because adaptation to some new scenario never was built. You can be very aware, but the toolbox is not exercised for living in a different fashion. That's why it's called behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. Behavioral changes are what creates events, are what creates the influence that spans outside of our mind, abstract thinking. Abstract thinking is futile. If it doesn't connect with the body, if it doesn't connect with the actions, if it does not influence the world, the environment around us that we can control. You can think and understand anything, you can be like, I'm here for growth. But every day you're replaying the same story. About applications, I said about individual work, specifically for consulting. When you want to go through a dedicated process of consulting for your specific set of things and so on. But we also great on. I don't remember, you probably never attended workshops. Bi-weekly we have workshops. Which are also practice actually oriented, practice driven. Student sure, Kiva. Yeah, you have refreshing on all of your labels today. By the way, guys, I created a store on Amazon. Something fun that exists. You can create your own storefront on Amazon. And our latest workshop inspired me to put together 2 lists for Tantra. Tantric work. I'm pretty sure you can just search raw form of life on Amazon and find the storefront. Some things that I put there are like an idea of what it can be. And of course, also some things, I mean, are not found on Amazon. Some beautiful things. But I put together useful tools for tantric practice. Because it's funny actually, you know how New Age is associated with so much consumerism? I was thinking about reflecting on that. Tantra also kind of comes with certain handy things. But then objects are so powerful because when we assign meaning to things, they weigh down the concepts, they bring them from the plane of abstractions to the plane of actual physical world. Because we are tailored, our evolutionarily we're tailored to live in the physical world and interact with it. But then there are so many things when I practice meditations with people, when I think about how would equip my center if I was to have a physical location, physical like Tantra center, what types of objects I would necessarily have there, those would be the objects that I would put. Maybe different variations of that. But yeah, please check it out. Can you help me figure out where to start with several areas of my life that I want to improve? Refine the question. I try to stay away from Amazon and eBay. They feed my collecting addiction. Sure. Good sentiment. I got great notes from all this. It's awesome. So much to think about later and notes to fill. Let me see what I put there. Oh my god. I want all of these things. Shuriken, I thought about your question regarding our goals and intention, the same thing. Thanks so much, Wayne, for the star. I want to focus on diet, but cannot find the consistency. I eat out a lot because it's convenient and also a stress reducer. That's wonderful that you brought a very specific thing. I want you to refine this request further. What does it mean that you want to focus on diet? What is your current relationship with the diet? How do you envision yourself being in your most optimal state with respect to diet? What do you do when you're fully optimized? Let's formulate it as a very tangible thing. How is that when it is achieved? Right now, no consistency. What it means that there is consistency. How is that? What is the day-to-day recipe to it? I eat out a lot because it's convenient and a stress reducer. How is that in the most optimized state? What it transforms into? Not overweight, quite the opposite, but it's a huge money waster. I feel lousy and extra tired when I wake up. I want to try new things that are healthier. That's a great idea. It's a super great idea. With nutrition, there are certain schools of nutrition that forbid the most nutritious foods because of some mythology associated with them. And also, not mythology, but also miswritings and even scientific texts. So with that, it's very important to make sure that you are very well nourished. That solves a problem a lot. And actually, the most nourishing foods, they're the simplest. So there's a huge portion of things that are very practically attainable, very quick. Making a steak, for instance, takes 20 minutes maximum with all of the prep. But you can do 2 meals a day if you include good steak as a part of your diet. What is the best way to bring up weight gain and health to a partner in a manner that won't offend them? Well, are there areas of your life where you are not taking good care of yourself? Is it a part of your shared mutual space? Like you have your garden of relationships. In that garden of relationships, are you nourishing your plants? Is your lifestyle on par with your vision of how it should be? It might not be your own diet, like, set an example, eat healthy, and yada yada, do these things. It can be other areas of life in which you don't care for yourself, and thus you mutually meet in the same space, in the same state. But you through something, and your partner through the diet. For instance, hypothesis. Feel free to rebel. But a good thing to think about. Because your energies will be matched. You cannot exist when your energies are mismatched. Your approaches, your lifestyles deeply mismatched. You must meet somewhere in that garden, in that mutual space. So where are you shrinking yourself? Where are you depriving yourself to meet there? Instead of meeting here, for example, where you're both with higher optimum, at the better optimum, with the healthier optimum. Think about that. Total self-reflection. Where are you not giving yourself proper care to meet them here? Where in yourself you have a source of remorse, or source of dissatisfaction? Where? I added brown eggs and raw goat's milk for my weight. Greetings. I think so. My plants aren't thriving per se, but these days I take care of them enough they get their needs. I think people are more inclined to eat properly and increase weight if they see someone that is close to them eating healthy. Seeing monkey doing without speaking. But it's always the culture. It's always the culture inside of the relationships. See it as an indivisible unit for that. It's a culture that we both build. We come together, we both build a culture inside of our shared space, mental space, emotional space, physical space. We build a culture. And it may not be just the diet, because the dietary choices are secondary to something else. If they are, there are some people who say, I don't care. I don't care. There are people who care. For example, they love delicious food. They love food with additives. They love food with, with some flavoring, with colorants, with a lot of sugar in it. They love it. It fancies them. But there are people who say, I just don't care. Why do they come to the point when they don't care? What was that event that made them feel this way, that they don't care? What is that foundation? Where is this? Is it complacency? Can I say complacency? Complacency. Meaning. Uncritical satisfaction. Yes. Where is this complacency come from? What is that? Why is culture in our relationships that I don't care exists? Why in my world there is I don't care? Why in my world there are socks with holes? Why in my world I only clean my apartment when I am waiting for guests, but I will never clean for myself, even though I know that I need to clean for people. I need to clean in expectation of someone to come and judge it. But for myself, I don't care. Why I don't care to have good sleep if I know that my mood will be if I don't, and my mood will be if I do. Why do I settle for having already impaired ability to be in a good mood, in a very good state, by designing the conditions that ensure that? I don't care. Why I don't care to dress nicely at home with my partner, but I care to dress nicely there and then to go on some event? Why? I'm wearing a mask for society, or I'm wearing a mask in front of my partner if I know to appreciate looking good and feeling good, feeling elevated with my image. I know what flatters me. I surely know that the emerald dress flatters me. But I'm not going to even make a step towards wearing emerald dress on an average day, because an average day is not worthy. I don't care. But someday, when there will be some people also dressed up, for that day I will wear that emerald dress that flatters me. But I don't care. And this I don't care makes you miss out on life, because you don't choose the best for yourself in that given day. You're not designing the events to better predicament of the best experience, the best outcome for your life. I don't care is a very dangerous thing. In fact, this I don't care. So it's good to revisit where I don't care slipped into your life. Because this question actually ties also to body dysphoria topic that we started with. Not caring for the body is effectively creating a split, the abyss between your mind and your body. This is a path of devoiding yourself of a lot of vital experiences, of experiencing life. That's why I'm so attached right now to this concept of I don't care. The worth of life is determined by your experience right now. Your experience on a day-to-day basis. Life is only now. Life is happening as a routine each day. And if I don't care happens every day, then you don't care about your life. You're not experiencing your life fully. You're not greeting your life. You're not celebrating your life. You're not enjoying your life. You're not treating each day as a unique experience and opportunity to live your life. And not caring for the body, not giving it something good, means that the person is already giving up on life experience in general, as a whole. Why is this a culture in your relationships? When relationships can be a beautiful garden, wonderful garden of pleasures, where you come together to maximize all the gifts that you have, the emotional richness. You can experience unique things. You can experience the most delightful intimacy. You can experience this glance of acceptance and belonging and this ecstasy of life, mutual ecstasy of life. You can go to this garden and experience that. But instead, what often happens? People go into relationship to just like, what's on TV there? Bring me cola. No, I don't want to get up. Of course I didn't bring you any. You were not willing to bring it for me. I'm just gonna have it myself. No. If you want, just get up and go get it. But you weren't willing to get it for me. Probably would be more than eager to bring it to your friends. Not me. Or who was that? Natalie from your work. I bet you would jump for her as well. This is relationships. But it could be different. It could be a wonderful garden. If we care. If we don't care, life is happening to us. Build a unique culture between partners. I love that. Thank you so much. Not caring is easy. It's easy until it's difficult, because it's easy until you face the consequences of that. It seems most people are in relationships for the intimacy. That somehow dies out very rapidly, and then what's left is just endurance game. Mr. Conrad, I'm also very happy. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for doing that. Thank you for cultivating something else. Who are you talking to? Cookie dogs. Question, Kiva, yes. You absolutely may, always may. Whoops, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was reading about partner has bad alcoholism behind and Bill sneaks alcohol throughout the day. Finally got the medicine for it. So, with that statement, it adds to the picture. And on the one hand, it's good that there is some progress on that as they started engaging with some therapy for it. But at the same time, what is your role in this dynamic? And how it ties to other problems, or other, not problems, let's say issues that you voiced. Is there correlation? Is it a part of the same complex? Thank you, everyone. Yes, her friend group is also her co-workers, so they all are used to drinking, and it's hard for her to not to keep relapsing. And what is your role in all of this? Wait, actually, I need to ask another question before previous question. Go ahead. Does it have to be topic related? No, you were already swirling around, but also maybe we'll find a unique way to link it back to our beginnings. So, by the way, in my store, I put my favorite mattress there. It's like I love sleeping on the floor, and I found those mattresses that are super cool, super comfortable. And I added a mattress, there's like thin version of that. If you have a lot of space in your house, oh my god, it would be such a cool thing for lounging on and doing practices as well. I miss it so much right now. This mattress series. I will wait. I feel as though there is a case study undergoing. You can drop the question, I can write it down, and I can think with in parallel or in sequence, not in parallel. So I'll tell you my ideal setup while everybody's thinking. I feel like I'm totally tone deaf right now because we're talking about issues, but I have my story open here. So, things I miss. I miss those mattresses and buckwheat pillows. I had this wonderful setup. Floor mattress, mega cozy with this fluffy down blanket and stuff. Ton of pillows. And buckwheat pillows because they're like sandbags with a super cool sound. And buckwheat pillows, you can customize them. I love them in Tantra because you can bring them into practice as like props. You can prop your body parts because not everyone is symmetric. Not everyone can relax just laying down. Not because also the head, some people have flat back of the head. They can kind of lay like this horizontally when the practice calls for horizontal symmetric pose. Some people will be rolling on their head or something. So some props are comfortable to have. Different body features will require different supports. Supporting the side, supporting the arms, supporting the, even like elevating the arms sometimes will be very handy as well. So buckwheat pillows are amazing for that, just amazing. And even like in household, if you build this lounge, they are so good for that because you can kind of firmly optimize your nesting space, and it's just amazing. I put couch cushions on the floor, super comfy. I always put a breathable material between the mattress and the floor. Yes, I actually tatami, 1000 times tatami, yes. If the mattress is going to be used for sleeping, yeah, floor mattresses must come with tatami. They work wonders. I use a COOP pillow. It's the best pillow ever. Body pillows, while clumsy and larger, awesome. Yeah, the ones. There are certain practices that are performed that just call for relaxed positions. You guys, by the way, think of the questions if you're not interested in my sentiment about comfortable setups. So in Tantra, there are practices that are, for example, combination of visual work and physical work that just require a relaxed, the most comfortable position on the planet. There are practices like that. Some practices can be performed laying down. For that, having a pillow, for example, between the hips if you're laying on the side, or even if you're laying on the belly, propping the leg that's on top on the pillow would be very comfortable. And then there are also practices that are performed seated. There are practices that are both seated with movement. For those, having props are also very comfortable because, in Tantra, we're not sticking with the lotus pose, we're not just going with those generic Om positions. We are doing what favors our body the most. We are listening to our body's signals. We are moving sometimes in the practice. It's not just static exercise or anything or something like that, purely mental static exercise. For that, for especially loaded visualization combined practices, this is where we use as much comfort objects as possible. Mr. Conrad, thank you so much for your gift. The question is wonderful. What is this live stream about? This live stream started with body dysmorphia issues, and then I gave an example from my daily life how I illustrated the importance of remaining in the body to avoid this dichotomy of mind and body. That we're just human, we're human experience. I talked about the value of that. Then I proposed the route for getting out of body dysmorphia that is so prevalent nowadays. And then we started talking about the case studies. Different case studies as always. And right now I'm discussing my novelty. I created an Amazon storefront for people who are willing to support smaller vendors, smaller vendors through corporation outlet, because I know that now there is also a trend of supporting just individual suppliers and individual entrepreneurs who produce goods. Yet Amazon is still pretty convenient place to shop at. That's mainstream thing. So I created storefront there in which I prepared lists of items that are useful for tantric practice. If you actually go through the practices with dedication, if you want to embrace the makeover. And people who attend my workshops, bi-weekly workshops, they will probably understand where I'm coming from with those lists. So you can check it out, type Pro Form of Life, same as my YouTube name on Amazon, and see what comes up. Love the floor, me too. Oh, Kiva, question. The tip you gave about questions and adding an expansion of seconds, if you remember, was the purpose of that to find comfortability? That is my question. 1 second. Is this step 3? Think about it actively for 2-3 minutes, and this time add 10-30 seconds to lightly push the active processing time. She's more than life coach. I'm a Tantra coach. I'm pretty specific. Which tradition are you? I wouldn't say that I'm traditional necessarily. Adhering to tradition devoids brain of natural curiosity flow. Get stir fry. Happy weekend as well. Come back. If it's possible to know the purpose, I should say instead. Is it the right moment? Is it the right place where I'm reading? Step 3, in a few days, when you're well rested and open, go back to that concept, think about actively for 2-3 minutes, and this time add 10-30 seconds, this one. Okay. So this is how to work with resistance. For instance, you have a hard question. What would be a hard question? You formulate your hard question. You fail to answer it. It feels like the answer is slipping. Something doesn't compute. The question is bothering you, causing frustration on the one hand. Attempts to answer the question cause you to reach fatigue. The answer is not found. What you do, you're running with the goal constantly slipping away from you. But you are driven by accomplishment to find the answer. But the reward never happens. There is frustration on the one hand that keeps you running, but gratification is nowhere to be found. Gratification is something that allows us to rest, recharge, regenerate, and ultimately keep going if we are solving some hard problem. You're running. The gratification never happens. The frustration grows. So frustration pushes you to run faster now. But the gratification never happens. But you're running because frustration is growing and growing. Where will you run into? You will run into a collapse because you will exhaust your resources if you are pushing your system like that. What we do in Tantra, if something is challenging, we knowing how brain computes, we knowing how much resource brain takes, knowing how it builds logical chains, how it comes to insights gradually over time, what we do? We reframe our gratification and we work with frustration. For example, an unanswered question will be, we dampen the frustration from having an answered question, and at the same time, we will introduce the routine that will keep us in the strict boundaries of calculated maximum performance. For example, I know that I can study 40 new Italian words or some new language per day. I can process 40 new words. I will actively memorize 20 of those words. 20 more words will require further revision. So, I can comfortably work on 40 words. The next day, I will be doing a review of maybe 50 words, including some from the past. And these 50 words will give me the gratification. And then, if I have resource, I will go and study 5 more words. I will add just a little bit more words because I have some resource and I want to keep developing. I want to increase the load that my brain can operate with. I want to train my brain to process things more powerfully. And I want to progress at my language pursuits as well. So, I am learning the optimal number of words per day that I can easily handle. And I also exercise my brain just a little bit. So, I am doing the ultimate comfort before any fatigue commences. And a little more. Boink. A little more. just to train myself to pursue more. And I stop there. I don't run to ultimate fatigue. I don't run to ultimate exhaustion. This is the element of discipline to lower this frustration, to lower this desire. If you know that in spiritual work there is often the concept of non-desiring, there's concept of lowering your passion, lowering this charge, because excessive potential on the way to anything can be equally dampening as overly critical thinking or laziness. Excessive desire can be as distorting for progress. Excessive vigor as lack of thereof. There's wisdom to why a lot of spiritual schools hold restriction of desire as a virtue. It can be interpreted in many different ways. But on the methodical, very pragmatic level, it has a very important practical implication. Neutrality. Yes, I have energy of desire. I know what I want accomplished. Desire helps us shape our goal. Desire helps us energetic towards the goal. But excessive desire becomes this tumbling thing, makes our mind tumble, go past the optimum of our performance. I read a book called The Art of Sadhana and teaches how to be a devotee to Supreme Lord. It says to be desireless while practicing the yoga and chanting for the Supreme Lord. Sure. It says to be lower than the grass, more taller than the tree. Get up and go. Be. I feel like life can be approached in a little bit more holistic fashion, no? Without those directive things, without any half tones. The first attempt was a fail. There was not much progress with second expansion, but the second attempt worked. I was able to find alternative and comfortability. Mr. Conrad, this question is in the realm of my intimate life. I don't discuss these topics. Desire helps with curiosity. It's a specific present moment desire. Mainly why I ask this question, thank you, madam. I understand that. As I said, the conflict that I have with that is when desire becomes too much, it can be, in the long run, an impediment. Like, sewing is a great example. I really want to finish the garment before I sleep. 3 a.m., like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., I'm already in this state, but I really want to finish the garment today. I set this goal to myself. This desire pushes me beyond my optimum performance. I'm driven by desire beyond the point of my optimal performance. Which means that if I push myself on this energy of desire beyond the point of my optimal performance, I will be inevitably operating on an impaired system. The system needs to sleep. The system needs to reset itself to be able to sustain good coordination, to be able to see things clearly, as opposed to seeing the things as like laser focus. To be able to assess the composition, to be able to find proper solutions, the most optimal solutions, in fact. So I need to moderate myself, the onset of fatigue, mental, physical fatigue. I can push myself just for the sake of exercise, push it just a little bit more. And then it's a discipline to tell your desire to dampen such that you can rest. For that, we also work with dominance. We work with dominance not only to rewrite some dysfunctional ideas with functional ideas, but we also can work on our focus and change of dominance to be able to solve problems more efficiently, as in we know that our brain works really well cognitively on one problem for 30 minutes. I can sit for 30 minutes and comfortably work on one problem. After 30 minutes, I can spend 2 more minutes pushing it a little bit broader, and then I stop. It's a respect of function. We respect the function over the desire, over this comet tail of a desire that makes us push beyond the reasonable limit. I was trying to get the achievement result. Desire is most likely the fuel to my curiosity. So there is such thing as too much desire, experiment-wise. It can be. It can be. There could be a desire like once in practice, since we're talking about practice. I think I told this story before. My friend from the course, we were both in Tantra. We decided to get together and do the practice Destiny Healing on me. Destiny Healing is our next workshop practice, but I probably will only accept people who attended previous 2 workshops because it's prerequisite for it. Loaded practice. We are both from very pushy backgrounds. We both attended choreography schools, and also all of our life background is achievement driven. Like it's mega human effort, pushing yourself, crashing all of your boundaries for the sake of the goal. And huge part of that, part of satisfaction is not even the answers, not even the results, not even the product, but also it's regarded through how much effort you pushed, how much effort you put into that. So we got together, and I was already with some headache. I was not in my optimal state. We're going through this practice, and the practice has a sequence. It has 4 stages that you need to accomplish. After probably 2 hours, which already was 30 minutes over the maximum duration of a practice in Tantra, after 2 hours, I collapse on the floor with such a migraine. I hadn't had a migraine like that in eternity before then. Because the practice is super powerful. It's a super intense practice with constant visualization, with constant processing. It's an insane amount of work. Before that, before I actually sat down on the floor because I could not continue, we already violated protocol. I started recalling, there was a moment around that time when my headache became some insanely raging headache. What was happening is that my psyche was throwing walls, obstacles in my visualization. I could not visualize anymore. The path would get blocked. There would be like walls, forests, fog, nothing would get induced in my visual plane, in my visualization plane. I ignored that. I was like, let's keep pushing. Let's keep forcing through it. And that's exactly what brought me to this migraine. I was like, I can't anymore. We were going on the 3rd hour at that point. I pushed through migraine. I'm like, let's keep going. Let's see where it will bring us. We keep pushing until I just said, I can't anymore. I need to stop there. I just needed to stop right there. I sat at the table, I turned on the light, and I did one exercise that clears this thing for me. I did that thing, and the next day we reported that to our course teacher, to our curator, and the whole team was very upset at us because they were very pissed because they said, girl, you should not have gone over 1 hour 30 minutes. This is a violation of the protocol. We're not performing especially strenuous meditations for more than 1 hour 30 minutes. And then they said, you should have listened to more subtle signs when you start having walls, when you start when your psyche starts presenting to you the obstacles, when your psyche screams that you don't stop, rest. No, that you brought it to the pain point and also pushed through the pain. Now this was something that we did, and we were like, you know, for judging from our background, what is pain? You know, when in school, as a 5-year-old, I was told that perform this exercise until aorta explodes. This was the standard. This was the training of the willpower. But when we're dealing with such a delicate thing as psychological makeover, when we're dealing with building new behavioral patterns, when we're dealing with building insights in our brain, we need to not build the connection that this new process that's supposed to be very beneficial, that's supposed to be very rewarding, that's supposed to be our new function, is tied to stress, is tied to frustration. We should avoid that. Because if you build a link that a practice is linked to strenuous load, if a practice is connected to a lot of frustration, distress, you are not going to be accessing the gifts of this practice that easily, because you always have this barrier as a part of it. You will tie this, they will make this connection that it is frustration, it is pain, it is discomfort, it is resistance. Our goal is to come to the insights with respect to function. When we respect the function, we're not dealing with pathology. Pathology being frustration, distress, confusion, deep fatigue, working at the failure. This is not functional. This is not respect of function. We need to respect the function to be able to get the best out of our components. We need to, when we are physically active, we need to respect the function. We need to let the body rest to accomplish some physical work needed for survival, for instance. We cannot keep walking the path without, for example, rehydrating on a hot day. We cannot. Yes, we can probably push, arrive home, and just be with headache and literally like the rest of the day wasted, because there will be compensation needed for the body because we did not respect the function on the way. If we respect the function, if we do this careful work, listening to our signs, internal little alarms, before they become the sirens yelling. This is when we'll get the best performance. Another thing is, when I was at university, we had incredibly successful students. To me, studying felt really difficult because I was always operating under this and then collapse mode. My performance was like, it was resembling some hysteria, because this pushing effort that leaves you conceptually really satisfied because you pushed yourself. But then it's far less satisfying because it's far less profound in its results. The result is not profound. And then I looked at guys who lived in the environment that was very conducive of a steady, methodical work, when they just calmly did homeworks. When they weren't understanding something, they wouldn't push. They wouldn't keep themselves in this mental struggle of trying to invent a solution that's already in the possession of some expert, like I did. I would push it for no reason at all, just to make my life harder. I would like to reinvent the wheel. They would ask a question to be able to understand things in a wholesome fashion and move on. They didn't choose to struggle excessively. They chose to respect the function, to see the resources, and to embrace a very steady, comfortable path. And then I adopted the same strategy. It was a game-changing thing. My last 3 years of undergrad and master's were just a piece of cake because I started doing what those guys were doing. I realized that I struggled for no reason at all for the first couple of years, and I could have had a much more steady, much more comfortable, much more productive path if I was addressing my needs and designing my workload accordingly, such that it's all without this push. And this is the tantric principle. When we are performing practices, when we're learning something, when we're trying to answer questions, we need to balance it. Remember how we did Shiva and Shakti dynamics? Complementary forces. One is pure passion, one is pure energy. Let this balancing force interfere to balance it out. Let it moderate the power of this desire to bring you closer to balance. Bring you closer to some homeostasis in which the background work can happen, in which energy can be located into finding these answers, such that maybe when you are asleep, your brain will start putting things together. Or maybe you perform practices that emulate this mechanism of sorting of information, such that even without your active pursuit, this passion-driven pursuit, this work can happen. Whatever you've already thought of actively, can become your deep-seated knowledge. And then it builds the foundation at which this problem becomes much more manageable. You, by doing the active work, you are grabbing resources to build the foundation, but the foundation is built when you are not doing the active work. just as much as active effort is needed, active rest is also essential to build, to set it. Just like when we build a house, the house needs to set before we build the walls. How many houses sometimes are sloppily built when people set the foundation and quickly start erecting walls? And then, minor disturbance, the house gives a crack because the foundation was not set. Setting of the foundation requires, if we translate it into our cognitive work, requires several fundamental mechanisms of rest and information processing, such as REM sleep phase, that's one, and such as during the day we have moments of passivity. We master the skill of entering the passive states, deep brain rest states, when this magic of setting the foundation happens. And you've set this foundation, the next day, your baseline is different. You're not processing information from here. It's far less hectic. Now, you have much better outlook, you have much better resources. And this becomes from knowledge that you need to grab, actively think about, induce, reignite those concepts. It becomes something that I've always known that. It becomes your passive library or active library, let's say. Now it is something that you've always known. Just like you've always known, it feels like you've always known the placement of keys on the piano. You don't think about it, it's the foundation that was set. Any new knowledge requires the foundation to be set to propel. Just the motive action of active pursuit is an exhausting path. That's far less if it can bring results. It can bring results. Is it the most optimal way though? I don't think so. Pain is part of life. Without pain, what kind of life is that? We discussed it in one of the streams. Pain is part of life as the pointer where to develop. Settling for pain from some discomfort is not the best idea, I don't think. Because pain is, if it's not physiological pain, it's always a sign of some dysfunction. And if there is dysfunction, there is a non-equilibrium. And if there is non-equilibrium, then there is the danger of settling for pain is accumulation of pain and then eventual crumbling, rapid crumbling. So addressing the pain is very vital, and removing it through fixing the underlying reason. These live streams are in fact a form of meditation. Too much passion and focus can be hard on our blood vessels. Yes, it's true. Certain types of struggle can be beneficial, certainly, but it seems wiser to let pride go and stand on the shoulders of giants most times. Yes, because when you acknowledge that you see, remember that concept of banging in the ego wall as opposed to walking the path. Standing on the shoulders of giants in that sense is choosing to walk the path as opposed to choosing to entertain yourself with or proving to yourself that you can solve some problem that was previously solved. Which is funny because you could be solving further problem that sits on your path, that actually enables your path, or that is a part of your path. You could be solving that problem. Instead, for some reason inside of the ego, you're solving the problem that already was solved. So that, but for my example, yeah, with that I tried to reinvent the wheel, taking the hard route was effectively me resisting my path. That's how it works in that notion. You resist the path. The path wants to be walked. I was instead like banging in the wall of my ego, trying to prove to myself that I can solve this problem, not seeing the path. The deep state. Motivation, endless motivation brings success. Still me, this is a needed subject. Glad you provide good advice. Thank you, Still me. I'm glad. Thank Kiva for that. Kiva ignited it all. I was just having a conversation along these lines with my other Russian physicist friend yesterday. We noted the value of training and dreams and how much real world progress it can yield. Interesting. Lots of info. So you're saying take breaks and stopping tension inside the body when pursuing our goals, yes? Absolutely. Tension, yeah, in working with the breathing. Then, yeah, returning to the body, because solving cognitive problems especially puts you very deeply into there, and then in this ethereal space. Returning to the body, connecting with the body is a very vital practice for that. Боже мой, we're back to goals. What I did, I ignited, yes. See, ended up the whole conversation actually very practical. What a phenomenon. We think the obvious and easiest should be avoided, spending all the time slamming against our ego. Yes, effectively. Which things? About igniting. Oh, see. Ooh, it's 2:30. Ну, мой хороший. Хочешь на работу выйти, Кузьмич? Идешь на работу? Also, don't mind the notes overfill. Wonderful. Thank you, Philippe. 7 in. Daniel Farkas. Hello. Солнышко мое, ты пришел, иди ко мне. Солнце мое, ты пришел, ты мой любимый, ты мой ленивый. Ой, так ты такой ленивый. Кто это там уселся? Кто это там уселся, мой сладкий? Вот он, мой сладкий, пришел на работу, да, мой хороший. When I get tension, I have to turn on a video or radio and distract myself. When I have tension, but when I get tension from overuse of technology too. Then I get tension from overuse of technology too. Yeah, there are probably more streamlined ways to do that. Instead of detouring, to just functionally drop the tension everywhere in the body. Да ты мой сладенький, да мой любимый Кузьмитика, да, Кузьмитика пришел. Ты мой солнышко. You have an amazing real-time problem digestion, very advantageous in teaching. People who would learn from you would be very blessed. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'm honored. Like what we see in the natural world, following the path of least resistance. Like electricity, we're electric-powered beings after all. Exactly. Poppy. Oh, socioeconomical question came our way. The price of everything is going. You lay down, pupka moja. The price of everything is going up. The pay isn't. Gas, electronics, food, clothes, bills. How is the world afloat? How is the world afloat? What a sweet pop. Thank you, guys. Да. Угу. Ну, там сказки. Все не понимаете. Вот это вот. Wait, is still a question? Yes, Kiva. If you have more, let's discuss. And everybody else as well. Let's do questions, and I will go to sleep because it's very late. I mean, granted that I started late because I was doing my curly method. Now I have, curly method is my entire personality now. Going to be until I dial it in, I guess. Ну что, ты куда пойдешь? Ты будешь со мной сидеть или ты на пол хочешь? Разбавлю. Разбавлю. Ты на пол пойдешь, на скамейке ты будешь со мной сидеть. Of course, 40 questions Kilo has. Wonderful. Вот и позже мы иди на пол. Не волнуйся, пузик. Okay, I'm counting. Likes to be a dog. So we have 40 question marathon from Kiva. Ebb and flow. This is the way of the world. The economy can endure what it can endure. It's ultimately self-regulating. Until, like everything else, it perishes. Wait, that actually might take up all the time. We can do brief answers. It will be a fun new challenge. Yes, Shuriken. And Kashmir hug. The thing is, why are you bothered by this question about the world? To me, when I hear questions, the world, the society, why is your personal experience, why do you detour from your personal experience into the world? And what do you define as the world? Why? Let's solve your problem. Let's solve your particular problem. Because you cannot solve a problem of something that is not defined, that is an abstract term, that has too many variables. You cannot find an easy one-push solution for something that is too big, too abstract, too multivariable, too spontaneous, too statistically chaotic. Let's take your personal problem and work on that, where you know the variables, where you know where you can formulate the task, where you can describe the system. You cannot describe the system called world. It would require an insane computational power to accurately build a model of the world, to be able to push buttons and see what changes. Or what people love to do, they love to build simple models. But we cannot fix a non-working car by treating it as a point in space. It's too simplistic model that we can use to indeed calculate how much the car that goes with the speed 20 miles an hour, how many miles it will cover in 2 hours. We can then use approximation for a car that is a point. We cannot use the same approximation of a car as a point to solve a problem of some malfunction in the engine. We can't. But this is the temptation that people fall for. The media, the news, they show just enough information for people to think that they have expert opinion formed. But they don't. Hence, seeking solution from within, incomplete description, very in fact castrated description of the system, is a pointless effort. And the chat too, now that I think about it. I went to the zoo the other day and they had lions, giraffes, a sloth. It said it was the best experience. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. What have you been working on in the way of sewing? Nothing. But I have 2 projects to do for other people. But I need some supplies for that. I need to order them. Thank you, Kiva. So, Kashmir hug. Gas prices are going to possibly double soon. Oil things, travel around Africa. Electronics are all skyrocketing because AI companies scavenging to buy as many parts as possible. And right now, what is your emotion right now? I suspect that this information is a container for anxiety. It builds anxiety. It builds anxiety for, anxiety is something that overrides your ability to make decisions, overrides your control over your body, overrides your control over your life. Why is it interesting to get pushed into this anxiety field over these things? Why is it more beneficial strategy for you right now to pursue that over focusing on other things? Because right now you can be focusing on other things. You can even, instead of, you see how much information is in you about it, how much passion is in it, how much energy is in it. You put a lot of energy and passion into describing that. And that will come, as a person who participates in all the political discourse, I know how much energy is released, how much anxiety, how much adrenaline is pumping in that. What is this for? Why is igniting all of this energy, pumping all of this energy right now is beneficial for you? What could you be doing instead that you perhaps are avoiding? It's a great survival method as well. No matter what changes other people are making or not, you'll continue to move forward, hopefully improving. It's awesome when your engineer mixes with Tantra. Yep. My 40 questions was saved by the comments. Perfect timing. Kiva, let's do 4. Supplies are a must. Yes, I need scrunchie. I need an elastic. Wide elastic. I don't have any in stock right now. I need an elastic. That's one thing. I must go now to save my battery, but before I do, I want to express gratitude for the time spent here. I think people who become lost will find themselves in you. I hope life brings you everything you deserve. Thank you so much for your very kind words. I hope to see you again. Hope you will join and have a wonderful night. Favorite pre-sleep practice? Stretch, breathe. Favorite pre-sleep practice? I do, of course, stretches. And I do parasympathetic breathing sequence. If I'm not very tired, I will do focus defocus or sensations in the body, some of the sequences. And if I'm tired, I do, or moderately, if I'm moderately tired, I skip those. I do breathing, and I do full body breathing practice, which is body scanning thing. And if I'm very, very tired, I'll just do full body breathing. And if I'm very, very, very tired, I don't do anything besides stretching. No, it's not diaphragmatic. It's different. 20 minimum. Let's do 20. I guess I'm thinking I need to prepare now before it's too late. When things won't be affordable anymore, so I make changes sooner than later. Well, prepare. What actions follow your acknowledgement right now? You acknowledge the whole list of things. Like things are crumbling. How as far as you understand it, things are crumbling right now. Something scary there and then is happening. What is the action that you do immediately? Your body right now mobilized all resources to save you. If you don't put this adrenaline into action, you effectively do this to yourself. This goes nowhere. It goes nowhere, but it goes seemingly nowhere, but it goes and gets buried in the body. And then you also exercise that behavioral pattern. You right now, you exercise frustration and not doing anything. It's like a lion in a cage. This behavioral cycle, if right now you're not doing anything towards that, you're right now exercising low self-esteem mode. You're exercising that your intentions and you producing a lot of energy towards something goes nowhere. It's a learned helplessness pattern, because if you acknowledge the issue but do nothing, the feedback is that energy is produced, nothing happened. Anxiety propelled. So your brain builds an idea, your mind builds an idea of itself that I am not a problem solver. I don't solve problems, I live with problems. Which means I live with problems, I start building life consisting of problems. And I can't feel alive outside of the problem. This is the danger of this as well. If right now there is no useful action that you can right now do, right now, your body is right now flooding you with a bunch of chemistry. Your body right now burns vitamins, minerals, calories to solve this problem. You right now are using all of the resources to solve that problem. And if you don't do anything, any active work right now to solve this problem or to come to a recipe to plan, and if you exercise this every day, multiple times a day, you're learning that you are a very wasteful machine, in fact. Where is it going to bring us, this attitude? To the cycle of anxiety, disappointment, failure. Anxiety, failure, disappointment. Anxiety, failure, disappointment. Anxiety, failure, disappointment. Life becomes more and more grim. The events of life become more and more grim. Energy is not going towards solving the problem. So life doesn't move up as you consume resources. It's a very backward scenario if you think about it. Like a controlled calm fight or flight. Like actually exercising while listening to this. I'm definitely a wasteful machine. That's so great. I need to conserve my resource in my 40s. That electric vehicle will cost more over the long run if things really go south. I hope you can eat gold. These measures are likely more for self-soothing rather than practicality. I'll compromise two questions final as much as it means to say. Why 2? 4 would be a trade. 4 between 4 and 20. You know how when you bargain between 4 and 20 will be 12. For you, compromise would be around 12 probably. As many as you want, Kiva. Electricity also comes from somewhere. It doesn't come from ether. And then if everyone starts buying electric vehicles, it also will give leverage somewhere. Everything is tied together. And there will be, you know how there was back in 2017, there was this artificial push for electric vehicles, and then this thing became totally just imploded and then boomed again. You will never predict that. Decisions made in this hectic fashion are not productive oftentimes. Okay, thank you, madam. I feel better now after hearing as many as I want. Спасибо. We consume, all animals do. The only fix is Native American practice. Oh, by the way, Kiva, now I'm looking at my dashboard. Kiva advertised 13 steps of Tantra videos so well. It was sitting for like with 100 views, I think, or something, for a while. 120. You advertised it. Remember, for every new person, you were saying, watch 13 steps of Tantra. And people did. Wait. No, don't play. Shuriken, it was nice to see you. Very nice commentary. Thank you so much. Broski digs. Cuckoo. Did you just come, or were you just hiding this whole time? Making all these accomplishments, not even knowing. I wasn't monitoring my thing for a while. I also wasn't knowing. It's new knowledge. Just come, Broski digs. Welcome. Nice to see you. I blame the overload of thoughts. Oh, now I can chat with you guys. Link to your Amazon. Let me check. Let me go on Amazon. Wait. I'm curious how it works. Raw form of life. PPP. Please work like a good girl. So I actually need to give you guys the link. I cannot just search it. It sucks. Wise apartment. It's not a book. It's a store. I can't. Can I connect, by the way? What you all discussing? Share. Copy link. Let's create a poll. Do you see the link? You do. Wow. It's magic. And what does it do? Yeah, it works. It's not my product. I mean, I don't produce anything. I literally shopped, and I just put things that I would buy. I just get the commission from that. So on that note, I guess advertising 13 steps of Tantra work. Yes. Career link. Why am I actually reading off the phone? Like drop shipping? No. It works like you go on Amazon. If you are part of like influencer program, which I enrolled like eternity ago, you can you enroll there and you can use links on your channel. For example, you know, like if you buy this product through this video, if you click a link in the description, it's like common thing, common practice. Then you will support me. Like they give some percent of different goods. You basically use your platform as an advertising domain. And when you buy products through my channel, if I advertise certain products through my channel, or if you buy them through that storefront, I get commission from each purchase. It doesn't cost you anything. It just pays me, I don't know actually who pays me, Amazon pays me some profits probably for advertisement. That's how it works. I'm basically, my role is advertiser. So but if manufacturing was easy and doable, I would totally make my own accessories for all of this. Because it would be so fun. It would be so satisfying. But it's also, by the way, especially for people who are... Oh, I will put in my bio. Thank you so much for the idea. People who are attending workshops, sometimes we're... Like last time, we were talking about this thing. And it inspired me so much to go and sit and put some things together. Kind of pleasant thing. Let's put it in my bio, indeed. Share, copy link. Where's my bio? Where's my channel? Yes, Broski digs. It was cool. Where is my page? Where's my bio? Haven't changed my oh my god. Haven't changed my channel in a while. Ew. Ew. Publish. Here we go. Now it's on my bio. Oh, it's so beautiful from the computer, by the way. Thank you so much, Kiva. Colors are supreme. So cool. By the way, I made such a delicious thing today. Just insane. It's eclair dough. I made eclair dough. It's like a boiled dough. There's like a glass of flour, a glass of water, and a stick of butter. You first boil water with a stick of butter until butter dissolves. And then you put a glass of flour and you boil it with flour until it becomes more or less homogeneous. Then you put 4 or 5 eggs into that and you mix it all until it's of certain consistency. And eggs must be put though when it cools down a little bit so it doesn't turn into omelet or pancake or whatever it is. So you then either make eclairs or you can make just a sheet of this dough, bake it, it raises up in this super cool thing. And then you can make a roll or cake with this dough. It's really cool. You can make either cream like crème anglaise, or crème anglaise, whatever you call it, which is custard cream. Or you can make whipped cream with berries, or you can make buttercream. So many varieties. Or you can use cream cheese and fruits, or you can use cream cheese and coffee, or cream cheese and chocolate, or mascarpone and some other things. So I made a roll like that. It's really cool. Kivushka, thank you so much. Cream cheese with just about anything. I have this craving once a year. I have this week when I desperately crave everything with butter. Basically some craving for milk fat. I don't know what it is. And I just go to town. And then I don't want any of that for a good year. It's just some seasonal nature. I'll join flowers today, since I have my computing device. Peel. Santa Claus, Faraday bag. Thank you so much for your gift. Thank you so much. Santa Claus. You're reminding of imminently approaching Christmas time, Christmas and New Year's. Dang, Santa is real. I recently got into making these Indian things called parathas. I cook them with butter and they're like the flakiest little pancake-shaped croissants. That's cool. There's dough that's flour, then you put very, very cold butter and you cut it. And then you add, when it's like flakes of butter with flour, you add sour cream and you mix it all into a blob, preserving the butter flakes, butter petals, and then it makes very, very flaky dough. Ребенкин мой, ты мой славный, мой колесенький, мамин привозенький, мамин любимый, как ты все. Вот нам тут подарочки дарят, там Санта-Клаус приходил. Дед Мороз приходил. Подарочки оставь. То. Ты моя любовь. Then my birthday is on January 12th, Brosky Dick says. I need to remember that. Faraday bag. Кузьмичка пришел. No. White rice with butter, egg, sugar on top. Are we all on this kick? It's a dog, yes, it's a dog. It's a dog. Butter chicken. Ты как-то пахнешь, как собака, сильно. Ты где это сегодня собачился, малыш? Где ты так особачился сегодня, а? Маленький мой любимый принц, думаю, самый сладенький. Кузьмичка hugs Чаровашки. My Minpin would never sit that long. Wait, what's your dog name? Kuzya. Kuzmichka is also. Киюшка. Ты какой-то пахучий у меня. Ты такой пахучий. Good morning. What good morning? It's 3 a.m. right now, yeah, so I guess soon will be good morning. Maybe I will reset my schedule. Every time, like I'm always like into this whole don't betray yourself thing. I feel such a urge to reschedule for becoming a morning person again. But so this is something where I have some conflict inside myself. I need to do something with that. But I guess, I can be morning person from the other side. Sometimes also I'm thinking, In Greece and Spain, they have siesta time, where they sleep through the hottest part of the day, and then they sit till very late. Their dinner ends at 1 a.m. sometimes. Not traditionally. Right now, economy is kind of more centralized, hence lifestyle, but it makes so much sense. Солнышкин мой. Fruits are appealing to me right now. Let me throw some fruits in here. Зайчики мои, мы накинем фруктов в чат. Накинем вкусные фрукты. Лимончик. Яблочко. Так. Накидываем. И голубики, и клубники. Вот так. Накидываем в чат таких вкусненьких штучек, да. И бум. Madam question, reflection, слова или нет? Where are 20 questions? I have 19 questions left. Sporadic times are good instead of one time always, perhaps. He's being a good boy. Да, he's a very good boy. Always a very good boy. Куда ты собрался? Ты пошел? Ты пошел, иди. And then suddenly, there's like panic mode. He needs to go. Found a place in Boston I want to try this weekend. Uncommon ice cream. Oh, no. It's a spontaneous process. Okay, I will hold for next time. I have to save them. Especially since I have many questions, I shouldn't waste the 20 questions opportunity. Initially it was 40. So it will accrue. We'll have 40 questions, plus also however many you will generate in the meantime. It could be very well 80 questions. Yes, they have a cinnamon cornbread blueberry jam flavored ice cream. Gosh, oh my god. Is there? I wonder how they... Okay, cinnamon is cinnamon powder. Blueberry jam is blueberry jam. Cornbread? How do you how do you make a flavoring of cornbread? Like liquid from canned corn? How is it achieved? Wait, what are the rules of 20 questions, Bratsky Diggs? Everything is spontaneous, everything comes on the fly? Kiva just said that she has 20 or 40 questions. Somehow, I don't remember how. It boiled down to 20 through a detour of 4, then 2, became 20. And yes, I know, was, as we stated. But I missed your answer to the question, so we'll take it as нет. Orange sherbet, ice cream only. Did you say something that sounded like que te paso? I don't know. I was saying so many things, just like emotional little things. So that means now it's 10 questions. I don't know. Silently moves to the back of the class. Things are getting dramatic. Get it done. Hello? Ты пошел. Ты пошел. It's very distorted Russian cute talk. Feels unanswered question. I feel like I didn't answer questions. I feel unasked questions. Kashmir hug. I thank you so much for your compliment. I just got myself stuff for curly hair, and I am playing around with products. This has conditioner, and it also has some styling cream with a bunch of oil butter slash stuff. So Kiva, give me a sneak peek into 40 questions, please. I feel bothered by the fact that there is a mountain that we didn't start carving. Uncle body. To the girlfriend. Coconut is my favorite for hair, milk, skin. Where is Hannah to save me from this lonesome state? Indeed, where is Hannah? Where is Hannah? Also, Kiva, how old are you in a lonesome state? After the favorite meditation performed on Saturday. Mm? Mm? It's good, Uncle Buddy. You can get in line with Kiva after 40 questions. Where's Hannah to save me from this rejection of Slava? There was no rejection. There was a fair trade. There was a fair trade because where are 40 questions? Where are they? What does Slava mean? The words Broski digs. Some special words from Kiva. Yes, 40 questions in Slava. Or percentage of 40 questions. I'm curious. Google something. By the way, my phone, what's up with it? It's not. Oh my god. Sure, Kiva. I'm not saying anymore. At around 3 a.m., the brain works a little bit differently now. It becomes punchier. It becomes misbehaved. I'm lost, get it done. Boom. For real though, I need to go, guys. So, let's sum up. What did we start with today? In general, without the whiteboard, it's a little bit different. Get it done is lost. Let's find get it done right now, such that you don't feel lost. We today started with the topic of body dysmorphia or dysphoria. Me too, Uncle Buddy. We started off with body dysphoria. It's a borderline obsessive or full-blown obsessive fixation on, or which is like probably redundant to say both words, it's a fixation on some body feature, negative fixation, that a person thinks is outside of the norm or outside of how it should be. So the person lives in this deprived state because of the idea that something about their appearance is not proper. Very exhausting living in separation from the body, which can be imagined as a person teams up with the whole society of people they don't care about at all, almost. Sometimes don't care about them at all, wouldn't want to associate with them, other than associating with them, teaming up against their body. Horrendous situation if you think about it. A person is supposed to be experiencing life from within their body. Instead, they're teaming up with a bunch of people that they otherwise would not be teaming up with and attacking their own body. Not only the person isn't living in the body, from within the body, experiencing things physically, fully, full bodily, they're also attacking this body. Double offense on the system. And then this topic brought us to so many interesting detours. We had a huge block of discussion on anxiety patterns when a person is separating from the body while solving some problems. Also, we talked about how to approach through sensation training, how we can approach the work on the returning person into the body. Then we also talked about the thinking work, how important it is. We took another detour that also tied back to the subject, how important it is to respect the function when we are dealing with complex problem solving, when we are doing some creative work, trying to find answers, trying to build new skills. There I was giving an example of both my undergraduate studies in two different approaches that I witnessed and experienced, and also in tantric practice. How failure to respect the function, how failure to hear subtle, functional alarms can lead to full-blown siren that will be more of a painful wake-up call to a person. So, how important it is to understand how our brain and our body function, how they process information, how they adapt, that it takes time to build, how it takes time to assimilate knowledge, to build new foundation. Some key visualization there was that to assimilate knowledge into its active form, we effectively need to allow this foundation to be built outside of our active processing and then allow it to settle such that we can keep building on the basis of this foundation. That takes time. That takes the new topic that we uncovered, some disciplinary action with our desire. Because just as much as lack of enthusiasm, lack of energy, something that we may call as laziness, something that we can call as procrastination, can negatively impact problem solving. The same way excessive push, excessive desire, excessive imbalanced enthusiasm can do the same thing through a different route. It can skew the clarity of our perception, or it can cause us to run on the fuel of this passion past the point of exhaustion of resources, past the point of optimal functioning. Because an example here I gave from my experience with sewing, how easy it is to feel like, well, I'll just finish the project tonight before I go to sleep, such that tomorrow I already have a garment. But for example, I already get tired around 10 p.m. after hours of sewing. But I decide to stay up and push, and here it is, 2 a.m. Everything feels far more difficult, far more confusing. I am super tired and probably made a mistake somewhere. So I leave this project. I want to push, but I leave it because I already reached hard stop of needing to sleep. I go to sleep. The next day I realize that my project is already suboptimal because I pushed. I abused the system, possibly made mistake, possibly made things more complicated, and also created this aura of frustration and fatigue around this project, which makes it a little bit more difficult to engage with it again. So, if I could moderate my passion, if I could moderate this train, this inertia, I could have saved my project. I could have saved my resources on the longer run. My perception would be clear. The risk of mistake would be much lower. My resources would regenerate in a timely fashion. Thank you, Kiushka. And wrong camera, actually, should have done this here. That's so relatable. Broski digs, yes. And my garment would be done with the same amount of time, perhaps. No tears, Kiva. No tears, please. And then, what else did we discuss? Another topic, interesting topic, was brought by Kashmir Hug. Kashmir Hug was bringing up some world issues. Interesting dynamic there was that we jumped from discussing personal things to how the world is going absolutely nuts. I still feel like we didn't reach some closure on that, but some questions that I asked to that were related to what is this dynamic about, this hopping. And what is the goal of that? What is the productive action? In general, it's a good practice to either strive for completion of thought or or action, such that every problem turns into task. Problems turning into tasks instead of training the psyche to settle for problems. This is worse than the time I was mistaken for writing a scripture. Oh, memories, I will continue the garden. Kiva, I don't know what I can do to salvage this moment. Солнце мое, безобразие. Well, when you put it like that, madam, I know a solution. See, we're solution-driven, solution-oriented. Thanks for the update. Get it done. You're welcome. I probably missed something. There were more ideas thrown around, but the replay is always at your disposal. Kashmir hug. There's no need to be self-conscious about that. It's actually the flow of thoughts is very useful for making. It's interesting to observe from the outside. There's no judgment. It's and I didn't even notice it as jumping from topic to topic as some inconvenience. I noticed in that some other dynamic. I noticed in that a pattern of different kind. So if I was to analyze that, I would be thinking in totally different direction, not as like inconvenience. I would be noticing when the switch between thoughts happen. This is what's valuable, because what may happen is some topic, when you cover it, you may feel resistance to stay on that topic because it may be difficult to. And then what comes in handy is some other topic that keeps riding the same wave of feelings or overrides this wave of feelings that occupies you more. Thus, you don't have to stay on this topic. This is what I observe. It's never about inconvenience, like, oh dang, it's like, oh my God, how difficult it is. No, it's not difficult. There is meta perception of these things. When you put those things together into a wholesome picture. It's interesting to analyze when jumps happen. Why the system that was just focusing on this, why the system just switched to focus on this, why it happened. So Kiva, solution-oriented, yes to Slava, and saving questions for future streams is a good start. I would be most grateful. saving questions for future streams. Okay, unfulfilled curiosity. Sure. Till next time. Yes to слова. Yes to слова. And thank you so much for the garden. Maybe the two thoughts in two different parts of the brain's pattern storage, so it jump. Maybe. True, I could step back and think how someone else perceives it. Perspective is better than perception. Yeah, broski digs, actually. We can probably perspective is better than perception. So Kyo is already able to answer some questions. And you probably will be able to also generate more questions by next time. Thank you, madam, for your answer. No more emoji tears. That's happy news. Phew. We're still trekking along. Yes, sure again we are. Ooh. It is. It's early. It's already early. I'm in the Guinness record book for the longest jet lag on the planet. Кимушка. Need to think too. Oh, yeah. You know what I want to do? We have that love culture thing that I want to still do live stream on. I also so much want to roast Jordan Peterson, like we did with quotes last time. I want to do Jordan Peterson quotes. Let's actually prepare some Jordan Peterson quotes. Oh. Author of 12 Rules for Life. His 12 Rules for Life. Oh, I agree with this one. Maybe we're not gonna roast him. Maybe we're going to actually agree with everything he says. Oh my God, this is. He sometimes, I hear him. I used to somehow have a lot of his content in my feed a couple of years ago. And I was like, gosh. But then when you read something in this like list, it's suddenly pretty reasonable. So we are going to have roller coaster, I think. Brusky Diggs loves Jordan Peterson. Another important thing, by the way, Jordan Peterson, as a Jordan Peterson Peterson. Oh yeah, jet lag. Never been able to sleep on planes. And once, when I was about 15, our flight back from Europe got delayed. We got home at 4:30 a.m. Then I woke up at 6 and went to school. God, the stream perished. Yeah, internet. I was swapping. Oh my God! Another feature of Jordan Peterson is language. That is, I just read a quote. To stand up straight with your shoulders back is to stand up straight with your shoulders back is to accept the terrible responsibility of life with eyes wide open. It means deciding to voluntarily transform the chaos of potential into the realities of habitable order. It means adopting the burden of self-conscious vulnerability and accepting the end of the unconscious paradise of childhood, where finitude and mortality are only dimly comprehended. It means willingly undertaking the sacrifices necessary to generate a productive and meaningful reality. It means acting to please God in the ancient language. His vibe seems like he's a good person. I might not agree with the old Jordan Peterson ideas. Yeah, for sure. And he might have good ideas too. And he might also have reasons to think to think certain things that we might or I might disagree with out of also good intention, which I think all people act in good intentions, even if seemingly they're bad. Sometimes it's inevitability that leads people to making certain decisions. Sometimes what I disagree with is his inherently depressive vibe, which also, if you are a neutral person that does not press the buttons of people, you probably are not going to be a successful media person. It requires to have some flavor that will attract the most susceptible, perhaps, the most commonplace audience, which does require some emotional filament to be present. Neutrality, I think, is something that is unacceptable for a big media person. Or at least it's not gonna work. And even if your messaging is neutral, having a flavor of, let's say, depressiveness is going to be that forte. It's going to be read. Like when I skimmed through his quotes, the choice of words. For example, you are going to pay a price for every bloody thing you do and everything you don't do. You don't get to choose to not pay a price. You get to choose which poison you're going to take. That's it. Every bloody thing you do, there needs to be that flavor. You don't get to choose to not pay a price. You get to choose which poison you're going to take. poison. Why not focus on the benefit? There's negative connotation. Then, if you think tough men are dangerous, wait until you see what weak men are capable of. Okay, maybe this website is fixating us on some specific content. Maybe the quotes are not selected in a balanced way. If you don't say what you think, then you kill your unborn self. That's deep. JP has never quite recovered from his drug problem. Never knew that. I think he kicked the substance, but his mind hasn't recovered. I mean, that's the hazard of substance. Sometimes one dose can screw the person up. There is like no safe dose, ultimately, for anyone. And if person had consistent problem, then yeah, it's insane work. Neutral comes across as bland most times. Neutrality implies lack of need for division, which means less control over specific choices for people's free will to choose from. Broski days. Yes. Rupi Kaur has good quotes. Kashmir hug. We'll check him out. Prepare me a list. If you have, by the way, ideas, just drop in the comments under whatever live streams. And if you have names that you want to that you want to study and discuss in the live stream, we'll do that. If you fulfill your obligations every day, you don't need to worry about the future, said Jordan Peterson from some very stable place. Because your obligations to whom? Some people think that, okay, there is a stable system, I will be living in accordance to my obligations. These obligations, I feel like this quote was taken a little bit out of context. It should be taken out of context, because obligations to whom? You don't need to worry about the future. There could be an element that you don't worry about the future when you're living your life in the now. You don't worry about the future because you are performing. But obligations, is it a good word? If you fulfill your obligations, this has this weight to it. There's this weight. Yeah, but that's probably why I've always been terrified of substances, that and the loss of composure that's implicit with substances. Relatable, yeah. It took untold generations to get you where you are. A little gratitude might be in order. If you're going to insist on bending the world to your way, you better have your reasons. If you're going to insist on bending the world to your way, you better have your reasons. Well, the world is a very, again, powerful statement. It's a very undefined thing. Yeah, that weight feels as heavy as walking into it. So, bending the world. I have different point of view on those concepts like the world. We discuss that oftentimes. It takes an insane, an unfathomable amount of education to understand all of the systems in place and how to influence them effectively. So you better have your reasons is a very insufficient condition, I think, for this statement. The purpose of life, as far as I can tell, is to find a mode of being that's so meaningful that the fact that life is suffering is no longer relevant. So he already lives with a predisposition to life as suffering concept. He equates them. It's not that suffering is a component of life, it is an equation. So that's again what makes this character, let's say, difficult to elect as some authority, because there is imbalance. There's subtle imbalance in the phrasing that ultimately programs people to not love life. If you read all of these quotes daily, if you just read them daily, there will be this background grim. What you get is fulfillment of purpose and avoiding or reducing the exposure to suffering, not noticing suffering. It's interesting. Is he implying that utopia is where life should head? I guess that would be very debatable for if that was true, or if that's true. Is he implying that utopia is where life should head? I don't know. I don't know if he in general operates with the vector of life. He already set an equation to life, you know? For him, life is an equation. It's a fixed thing. It's not a flow. It's not something that moves, transforms, that flows, pulses. For him, he puts life as suffering. This is his axiom. It's a given. And he has another quote, like poetic quote, where he equates that again. Let's see, which philosophers believe that life is suffering? I guessed that Arthur Schopenhauer, and the Buddha. So either our friend Jordan Peterson is a generational pessimist or he's a Buddhist. It's an interesting concept. When you really think about it, all life is predicated on the ending of our other life. So depending on one's philosophical standpoint, destruction, if not suffering, is a given. But it's also, I mean, life is movement. Life is, it's by stating that it's a suffering, devoids it of being a pleasure, devoids it of being a joy, devoids it of being just neutral. It kind of, you know, when you put this hard equation sign, it literally devoids it of every other hint of flavor, which there are many. And that is exactly, you know, there was, let me Google something. Diego, нет, it's not Diego Rivera. No. Which, why? I was thinking so. What is the Spanish painter that also used chiaroscuro technique? Spanish painter. El Greco. El Giuseppe Ribera. Either Giuseppe de Ribera, let's see. De Ribera. So there is an ancient depiction of Jordan Peterson, and I'm going to tell you which painting to look at. I had the collage somewhere saved. I don't remember, either on my old laptop or... But I had side by side of Jordan Peterson and that painting, and they looked identical. Maybe it's on my old phone. There are, in fact, several faces that are similar. Let me see. El Greco, no, it's not gonna be El Greco. Maybe El Greco. No, El Greco is more colorful than that. No, it's El Greco. It's El Greco, and the painting is called. The painting is called. The Ecstasy of Saint Francis of Assisi. And you will see Jordan Peterson. Maybe Jordan has black and white thinking fallacy for some reason. Blanket statements are almost always false. Yeah. So we'll dig into that. I'm gonna keep that tab open. And we're going to go through his quotes. It'll be interesting. Because he's a prominent figure that shapes a lot of cultural movements even. Let me type it. Or let me give you the link maybe. So here's the link. Pew. Scroll down to that painting. The link doesn't work for me, but I already looked it up. Good. But Jordan is the extremely rich version of El Greco. Check out that Ecstasy of Saint Francis of Assisi. Striking resemblance. Faraday bag. Thank you too. And good night. I'm kind of captivated by this article. I love this one. Intolerance of others' views, no matter how ignorant or incoherent they may be, is not simply wrong. In a world where there is no right or wrong, it is worse. It is a sign you are embarrassingly unsophisticated or possibly dangerous. Also, those big statements, big strokes of world, in a world where there is no right or wrong. There is right or wrong. It is right to, if you want your table to stand, you want to attach 4 legs in a certain order. If you already specially attached 3 legs in a certain order, You attach the fourth leg in that other in the other slot. If you want it to have certain features, it's a right move. If you want to achieve this goal, right means something that is appropriate in the moment, and wrong is, for instance, I don't know, dumping some incompatible chemistry into chemical waste bottle that will produce toxic gases or will create flammable conditions. It's going to be wrong. So no right or wrong statement is two big strokes. Using appealing to the concept of the world is also too big stroke. It's a sign that you are embarrassingly unsophisticated or possibly dangerous. It feels like, I mean, I'm being picky here, but it feels like through work, through hard work, the person reached flexibility of mind, reached flexibility of um, being able to deal with people's opinions. And now that it is a skill that's worked so hard against human nature, looking back, it feels like it was such a nuts thing to not have that skill. Because it was costing so much effort to get to the point when you have that skill of tolerance of views. It's really interesting to analyze that. It's a sign that you are embarrassingly unsophisticated. Also, maybe out of context, maybe it's summarizing something, because if this is a blanket statement about that all intolerance of others' views is a sign that you are embarrassingly unsophisticated or possibly dangerous, are we talking about just any views? And intolerance, what do we mean by intolerance? There could be a scenario like I had during 2021 events. I was at the table with a person who was saying such horrid things. And I find it to be not weakness, it was by necessity. I stayed. I did not express any form of discontent or rebellion against that. But I was effectively intolerant of the views of that person because they were absolutely, let's say, unpleasant to me. In any scenario where I would be not obliged to stay in that situation, in which it would not be strategically important to stay, I would be definitely throwing a fit, or I would be leaving. I would be expressing intolerance. I would stand up and leave. I would not be tolerating the views in my presence. I would not elect to tolerate those views in my presence. The stream started with body dysphoria, so do you know about clavicular? I heard something about him. He's a big figure, right? In Looks magazine. Looks maxing is an interesting movement. I agree with Looks maxing clauses about personal hygiene, finding your style, finding proper hairstyle, finding some self-care routine perhaps that makes you feel like yourself. But it surely has this extreme end at which it becomes an obsessive existence. Double jaw surgery. No, I don't know about that. It's also so funny. There is such a logical fallacy. They're idols. First of all, what's the premise of looks maxing oftentimes? The premise for it is that you get to have access to resources, you get to be successful, you get to live careless life, you're going to be given everything you want in life. If you're beautiful, you're going to have the best partners on the planet if you're beautiful. And then look at the fate of models, supermodels. Look at the fate of people who we worship. Not fate even, just life. They somehow miss out on an important thing that models oftentimes, to kind of save themselves from perishing, they have to get into affairs and relationships that are far from the choice of a free, successful human. And most often with not so aesthetically pleasing people. So the resource acquisition, motivation, and all of that is even at its peak not so appealing, is not so balanced, is not so much associated with the supreme living. Life shows that intellect and lack of adherence to moral principles, Christian moral principles, are the better predicaments of success and access to resources than looks, to some degree. I agree. Pretty privilege comes at a cost. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the magic thing that gets every door open, everything handed to you. No, it's not. He did rhinoplasty with Dr. Miami on live stream. You gotta spend so much money to looks max and hope it pays off if you chase fame. But, I mean, remodeling of the face, remodeling of the body rarely looks good. Like this purposeful, very large scale, powerful, even injectables. Injections may look good on social media. They rarely look good in real life because I see a lot of women with plastic interferences with injections specifically. Injections like fillers, hyaluronic acid injections, they leave some strange scarring. They pigment skin. Skin becomes like reddish and spotted. It looks really strange. So even something as benign as some injectables looks strange. And not every doctor has artistic education. Not every doctor knows harmony. Sometimes doctors just butcher faces because they don't have the sense for finesse. And plus also, it's really hard to predict how this given face will react to this much of tension, this much of filler, this much of this much of that. It's really easy to slip into segmented perception and just ignore the bigger picture. It's the thing that lets you see all sides of anyone at any time due to earn trust in shorter period of time. That occurs a lot when being good looking compared to others in your environment. Yes, good point. Exactly, the veneers that are too white and perfect always get me. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really niche application, I think, which is social media marketing. There are some accounts. Remember, my friend sent me this reel. It's basically some like half humorous show where some high society of New York City is interacting. So they're just like filming some daily encounters. I think it's a parody, at least half parody. And it just looks creepy. It looks really creepy. And if you see some celebrities with a lot of screen adjustments, aesthetical adjustments, it will look weird as well. What looks good on camera doesn't look good in real life. It's excessive. It's like in theatrical schools, they teach to express emotions on stage because emotions as we experience them in real life, on stage they don't look convincing. So they have to exercise the stage emotions such that they look proper for the audience because they won't look proper for the audience if you just like cry normal. So the same thing with makeup, same thing with hairs, same thing with teeth, like figure exaggerations. Good looks may get your foot in the door, but won't ultimately save you from being thrown out the same door head first. Yeah, a lot of examples. If good looks don't come with character, with charisma, with intellect, with some um, specific character traits that will allow you to push, that will allow you to perhaps overthrow someone, take advantage of something, this will be nothing ultimately. Unless you find early on in life, very, very young, you will find some patron, good hearted patron, who will shield you and will allow you to develop, especially if you have talent. That may be the case, but then you will never get the feel for what it is your life because your life will be curated for you by somebody else. That also comes at a cost. So, yeah, it's not the ultimate answer to everything. I think good hygiene, like doing some performing self care, like we talked about by the way today, was also important element of I don't care attitude. Replacing it with I care attitude and actually taking care of the garden of your life. That attitude will bring you far. There are plenty of people who have very like workable with appearance that can be enhanced just by changing the mind, just by changing the attitude without any interferences with knives and injections and stuff like that. Conservative methods. They turn into salad fingers, yeah. Another quote from Jordan Peterson. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. I also would like to comment on that, by the way. Even though the statement is ultimately true, I understand the statement for sure. But it sounds like force yourself to live in the vacuum. Don't compare yourself with anyone, but comparison with people, just looking at how other scenarios play out in life, may be very useful at pointing certain things in your life as well. Because you're not going to just compare yourself to just anyone. You're not going to pursue looking at somebody's life, like peeking at someone's life, just without any reason. It's likely that there is something magnetic about it. Why is it magnetic? It's interesting to not just to compare. It's interesting to dig into why you compare. It's interesting to understand what is in your life, what is the deficit, what is the lack, that this thing is pointing to you. It's a useful tool. Our psyche doesn't just like go around and randomly do something. And now we read this advice and we're like, forgo this function completely. Our psyche does things for a reason. It points out to something. Substance is nearly everything. Every face will eventually lose its luster and become boring unless it becomes associated with something positive of substance. This is practically a fact. It is. Personality goes a huge long way. And actually, also good comparison with the topic today, not comparison, good association with the topic today is that the more a person gets neurotic about their appearance, the more they fixate on their appearance, the less they are in their own mind, the less they are in their own body, the less they are in their own, and the less they live their life, which ultimately devoids them of this substance of interest. Because what makes a person interesting is the experience that they create. And the experience can be created, interesting experience can be created from integration past the ego, past banging into ego and into creativity. Creativity is what makes things interesting. The flow of life makes things interesting. The radiance, the giver potential is what makes person interesting. Nothing is less interesting probably than listening to a person talking about the specifics of their character and just describing themselves. It's probably pretty boring for long-term friendship or communication. While observing how different lives play out and using that to learn is interesting. It is. And also, what story does it tell for you? What story is this in your life? What story is it in your context? I started learning this new technique in vocals, and now it's scratching somewhere. I noticed that. Different kind of scratching. So I'm trying to speak quietly, but I'm trying to place my voice in a way that it doesn't do things like that as much. Okay, guys. Let me see something. Oh my god. This is something that we're going to talk about as well. Nietzsche said that the man's worth was determined by how much truth he could tolerate. Oh, this will be another good one. In the West, we have been withdrawing from our tradition, religion, and even nation-centered cultures. Religion and even nation-centered cultures, partly to decrease the danger of group conflict. But we are increasingly falling prey to the desperation of meaninglessness, and that is no improvement at all. This one is so interesting as well because he's ultimately, by stating that, he's grouping people, he's grouping himself with some we. Who are we? There are plenty of people who are other we, who are more we than him. If that, oh, it was that was true, it would be worth a $1 trillion. You're always excelling in the location department, sister. Thank you so much, Ricky. Wait, can truth be monetized though? Truth. If you can say truth on behalf of truth, certain truth, I guess, can be. I don't know. Yeah, that's way too big of can of worms to open. Exactly. Always place your becoming above your current being. Always. Hit every worm in that can. Just kidding. Always place your becoming above your current being. Uh-huh. And never live life as a result. The successful among us delay gratification. The successful among us bargain with the future. So many gems. I'm looking forward to that. I love that it's always a think tank in here. That's so nice and so rare on the internet. Yeah, thank you so much. Ultimately, why is it useful? To me, I think the usefulness of this approach is to just chill out because excessive thinking, excessive reasoning sometimes can lead to also to the opposite, can lead to some rabbit holes that breed anxiety, that breed a lot of deep-seated frustration, conflict. I think what we do here, the purpose is to actually chill out because how to work with knowledge in a way that is not damaging, that is productive, that is um, that promotes good life. Because limited thinking or unnecessarily complex thinking or unnecessarily complex but not holistic enough thinking rather is a vice that can really destroy human well-being. That's satanic well, actually. The concept of satanic well. So being able to work with knowledge, being able to diffuse knowledge, being able to come to the point when you recognize the limit of certain style of cognition that brings you to satanic well is the necessary step to enlightenment in a way that allows you to live both with knowledge, handle knowledge, and also be mentally and physically healthy at the same time, like nervously healthy. This is the value that I see in this discourse, as opposed to just getting stuck at certain dogmatic thinking. Because opening perspective is, in a sense, opening the perspective is recognizing, pushing beyond the limit of cognition. And this is where I feel like human just integrates and lets go of concept. Like human lets go of beliefs. Human lets go of trying to solve problems that are impossible to solve. This is the limit. You find the limit, you diffuse it, and you clear your mind, your horizon of all the garbage, and you focus on things that are ultimately doable, useful, creative. It's recalibrating. That's the value. I nearly had productive before think tank. I really should have. I guess my goal today, we're talking about goals, is to make people more relaxed, more balanced through that. Because this is where the recalibration becomes possible. And recalibration brings people on their path. They do what their genetics, they do what they have implies, they do what they have most adaptations to, most healthy adaptations to. That soothes the internal conflict. And internal conflict is what leads to external conflict. Unnecessary, sometimes unnecessary external conflict. To translate impossible mountain tackling to actual value in society is a mature approach. I haven't thought of that before. Not gonna lie. And I'm falling asleep. Am I though? What do I feel right now? It's interesting. I had a couple of hours probably before the stream, maybe 4 hours, 3 hours maybe before the stream. I had a mini cup of coffee, and that kind of skews my experience right now so much, because part of me is on some activated coffee state, and part of me is supposed to be asleep for 2 hours already. So I'm in such a strange state. My brain works like really efficiently right now. Yeah, I brought that dessert that I made. I brought it to someone, and they gave me coffee. We were like enjoying it together. So, I mean, it was nice to share for sure, but I was back at that moment, I thought of the consequences, so now I am with the consequences of it. I've noticed that there seems to be a set of common characteristics among the regulars here. Amorphous characteristics, perhaps, but I detected it's a preternatural collective here. Let me see preternatural. Beyond what is usual, normal, or expected from nature. Coffee shivers. Yes. Reading so much tension in Jordan Peterson. How I want this stream, the next stream, if you only knew. I'm so curious about this. I loved also, by the way, last time we had that stream, people pitched in with so much enthusiasm. It was cool. I'm curious, by the way, if I was to have not a debate, I don't like debates, a conversation with Jordan Peterson. For example, the public would select some topic and we would need to discuss it. I could search Bukowski again, that would tough things up. So, with fantasizing, if I was on the panel with Jordan Peterson, if there was, it would be nice if there was not a just discuss a topic thing, but find a solution to a problem thing. It would be really interesting how we would be approaching that. For example, a couple comes, you know, and he consoles the couple with certain problem, and I console the couple with certain problem, and we see our approaches compared in action. That would be an interesting thing, by the way. They have Jordan Peterson AI. You can talk to technical. Oh my god! Just talks. I mean, the debates. Just talk is utterly boring thing to me. I learned that from veganism. When a debate is limited by the belief system, when there is coordinate system, it's insanely boring. Like there is a person who believes that eating animals is evil, and no matter what, they're not going to eat animals. What's the point of discussing that? Okay, no matter what, you're going to eat. No, you're going to never eat animals. So what? Conversation ends here. We're not going to be able to discuss any implications of eating or not eating animals. There's no action plan to that. If we're just discussing our opinions and viewpoints. An interesting task would be, for example, vegan and non-vegan designing a diet, like a balanced diet, attempting to do that. And then there is comparison. Nutritional and some other, perhaps, mechanistic comparison. That's an interesting one. Love wasn't the right topic for Bukowski. More morose topics were his area of expertise, sure. We'll start with this depressed guy, Jordan Peterson, then we'll move on to more guys. We'll keep him in mind. So, yeah, just philosophical debate without any point of application. Conversation literally just end there. MSA hot take. I think plants are the superior species to animals. Do you know, by the way, that there are what was the number? It was some insane number. There are at least 800 known species of carnivorous plants worldwide. They even have carnivore species. Oh. And 4,500 or 4,600 species of plants eat or feed off other plants. So they're carnivores. They're plants that eat each other within the kingdom. So they're not just, obviously, they're not autotrophic at all times. Animals exist to break down plants so that plants don't pile up and suffocate other living plants. Meanwhile, plants can move cell by cell to make decisions for its body. They way more complex than they seem. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Animals came before plant, Browski, so your reasoning is flawed. Oh my god. Vegan debate always has its space, has its place. Let me start wrapping up, probably. No, multicellular plants came way after animals. But life started with the plankton, right? Animals created plants. What the heck? James Miller joined. Hello. How are you? Let's care you thinking your whole world. Guys, how did we get to the point of this interesting, insightful discussion? But what was it? Was cellular scale matter that was driving the formation of atmosphere and species. What is considered an animal in general? How many cells should be in an organism to make an animal? Because there is single cell plant, for example, but single cell other creature is going to be a bacteria. I forgot the definition of animal kingdom. What are the prerequisites to belong to an animal kingdom? But then there were plants that had chlorophyll, that were producing oxygen, create atmosphere. They were oceanic, um, no, plant cells, right? They must have because they're. I mean, animals are aerobic. Yeah, so algae. But algae belongs to the kingdom of plants. So since plants have longer lifespan, it makes sense it takes them longer to evolve into multicellular. But it's also easier for plants to reproduce because they can reproduce by. They have many more ways of reproduction. Or do they? Animals lay eggs, some animals split, some animals have sexual reproduction. Plants have spores, and moreover, one plant can be reproduced via spores or via seeds. Kiva. Oh, Kiva! Were you following along? Since I believe we're close to the end, I will prepare the last roll card. It will be very on theme, Kiva, because we're now, vegan debate always finds its way. We're now on this evolutionary talk about what came first, animals or plants. That plant could take thousands of years to break down. An animal can come around and turn that plant into poop in one day. We are a legit invention for plants. Well, that plant, what scale of that plant? I mean, tree trunks, they are decomposing on their own. Bacteria decompose it, or fungi actually, not animals. Animals decompose only the juicy matter of plants and fruits. So, animals metabolize only very temporary parts that are actually easy to decompose, I would say, because in fall time leaves become crunchy and brittle. Wait, it will be unthemed? But algae is where true plants came from. Oh my god. Oh, Kiushka. So plants came first. For a long time before fungi would didn't really decompose. That's where the petrified forests come from. Thank you, Kiwi. I'm not sure, honestly. Mother Nature's husband, bro, is Mother Nature's husband for you. Oh my god. This bio talk is fun. Окей, Вышка. Спасибо вам большое. Давайте почитаем. Should I turn on the light? Давайте просто сейчас. Мы сейчас сделаем свет. Итак, давайте читать. Настя, дорогая, я вспомнила ваши слова о том, что во мне много света и не иссякает запас теплых слов. Но этот запас бесконечен только потому, что вы сами источник огромного вдохновения и света для всех нас. Пусть в политой вашей жизни всегда хватает красок для вдохновения. Кивушка, мне так приятно. Солнышко. Я так счастлива, что вы это так воспринимаете и чувствуете. Кстати, вчера я встретила женщину одну, что очень редко, кстати. Не просто так случайно встречать на улице людей таких, которая, видно, что ей, сколько там, прилично лет. Но непонятно, потому что женщина очень молодая. Она с энтузиазмом к жизни. Ее очень интересно разглядывать. У нее все, как будто все в ней интересно. И так было круто, мы с ней на автобусе ехали вместе. Мы с ней познакомились, встретились на остановке, разговорились и на автобусе вместе ехали. И это такой кайф вообще, когда какая-то энергия такая светлая встречается с другой светлой энергией, своего какого-то характера. Так круто вообще. Я так кайфанула. Все. Обожаю такие вещи. Спасибо вам большое, Киюшка, за подарочек. Спасибо вам большое. Тинг-тинг. To break the silence around the play. Bronski digs. Here's a welcome back gift for you. Treat yourself to some homemade ice cream. I still feel the pain from that exchange, but with time I will heal. Trade was a strong word. It was a joke, you. It was a joke. You know how you withhold your questions. You know how curious I am. I love questions from you. Oh my God. I can't говорить русский, but your husband is taking. Okay, Shuriken, thank you very much. Wait, Sister Kiva, proud. Who else is still, by the way, unaware? Chad, right? Calls you goated, Kiva brother. I'm only a goated brother for the channel. What? Oh my God. One more person now out of spell of brotherhood. It's so funny because it would be such an imbalance in the audience if You were a boy. Hannah would be then the only person who would be obviously a girl. It would be literally some men's club. um, it would be a very interesting dynamic to pursue, you know. But for guys, it's been all along, it was men's club, pretty much. That's funny thing to think about. Have over 15 labels now from the community. Oh my god, I feel like, I think we're all a little slap happy at this point. Yeah, it would be a total sausage fest. Oh my god. Scientist was recently added to the list and student law. Wait, can I be the scientist? Can I be scientist? You can. You can be anyone you want. We don't have a machine that actually like assigns the labels. I was thinking because you all guys have such different characters and so different things that you do in your own unique way. Have been promoted. I just want to be Kiva. Should I make a public announcement, Kiva, next time? Because I can moderate that. I don't know, it's sometimes I don't interfere in the communication in the chat because, I mean, people self regulate. But sometimes I feel like I need to interfere as the host because sometimes there are dynamics that are undesirable for other people. And it makes things a little bit awkward. So if you want me to interfere, ask me, I will interfere. It's not the problem. I just don't want to interfere in an unsolicited fashion because I don't know your guys' preferences and you also establish your own dynamics between each other that, like, your own space, you know? It's okay, madam. I'm used to the labels at school. Okay. I just want to be Ryan or Shuriken, or just don't call me late for dinner. Okay, so Brasky Diggs will be scientist now. I want to climb the hierarchy of this community. I don't know what ranking positions we have yet, and how many ranks we have. And also, if you're assigned, for example, the scientist role, the scientist in itself is an inexhaustible path. I don't mind being a poetess, magistrantka, goated brother, scientist, assistant, and more. You know, Kyo, we have that work with, archetypes, where, remember, we create a collection of personas and facets of character, and we find the keys to each of them. Does any of these labels actually come anywhere close to your personality, I wonder? You know, people, it's also interesting how people derive these things from the chat and from certain attitudes. And you so far have been having the most Indeed, the most like labels assigned. It's so bizarre to me that people, like, you know how we also talk about categorizing people in some mental library. You become this probing stone for people to put projections in such liberal like ways. It's really crazy to me. I can't remember the rest, it's too many. I wrote all down though, it became a trend. I'm the archetypal old guy who sits up in the balcony and heckles. I know, right? Don't even know how it started. Yeah, it just became the mirror for people, or some, I don't know, just became this commonplace thing. And so many came naturally somehow. Core member. Yeah, because you joined, I think, on the first stream. First or second. And started taking notes. I need to scoot for a second if you're still here. In five, I will be two. I'll try. I'm still, you see, I start yawning at around 2 a.m. Right now it's close to 5. And I'm barely yawning. I don't know what's up with me. Slava also has labels too. It kinda does. This bug is being so loud outside, he is legit treeing. Bug? Yeah, but those I think you came up with, madam. Kiva, by the way, were you there just not typing when we were discussing Jordan Peterson agenda? The labels for me just grew from the community magically. Yes? It's so crazy to me. No one else has them. Ambrosky Diggs now is a scientist. Maybe I wonder if I frivolously, just like nonchalantly, assign a label to someone, does that cause the spiraling effect? Maybe that's the precursor for that. Yeah, I was there. Well, I was consumed in my thoughts at the same time. Okay, but I think that's gonna be interesting. I look forward to that next time. If I'm in some honeymoon mood, next time we'll do that promised love culture. If I am in a gossip mood or or dissecting and preparation mood, then we'll do Jordan Peterson. It has its magic. It's okay. I wonder if I should do another project. Oh, I do wonder. The answer is always yes. Wait, I've only been here for 2 months. It felt like way longer. 2 months? Was it you? No, it wasn't you, right? Who started off with what the F is going on here? No, it wasn't you, right? Or was it you? When did I start, by the way, streaming in general? When was my first stream? Hmm. Feels like it's been eternity since I started streaming. Yeah, I wonder because I never know what to do with it at the end. It was too long ago, I forgot. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, everyone, I'm back. The stream is saved. Thank you, Shirk. The stream is now supported by my elbow. This is what saves the stream right now. It's my elbow. Well, that project is just on the dining table for the meantime. Well, you create wonderful, versatile objects. Till I figure out what to do. And I don't know if I will run into, remember I was talking about this olive tree stump. I wonder if I will be blessed with some accidental encounter of that. Matching the color pattern was quite easy though. That, by the way, I have some questions on that, on matching the color pattern, because know that the thread was melange, so that the colors were moving. But it does look like there was some effort put in it as well. It was not just a spontaneous thing. So I was drinking some young Hyson earlier. It's a low-grade Chinese green tea, but it's one of the varieties from the Boston Tea Party, so I happily drink it anyway. Interesting. Need to study that. I think you will, man. Let me replace the elbow. Well, yes, effort too. So there was effort. It was not the thread. It couldn't because, yeah, obviously it's not. It should be purposeful because everyone will be knitting with different pitch, different patterns, will produce different things. So, a week? Wow. I'm always impressed with people who can knit and crochet that fast. Flirty, MC, flirty. Correct, but I had desire. Just mechanistically though. I guess if you do it many hours a day, maybe. It's still crazy to me. Some super skill. I haven't eaten anything in quite a while. Tendinitis. To me, I don't feel like I'm fasted, but others do say I am with creating the project. Feels like it. I mean, also, what I notice when I work on my sewing things, I'm very fast when I know exactly what to do, when I know that the garment will fit fully, when I don't need to make adjustments, I can just go. When you need to redo something, undo something, we need to sit and think, this is when it gets lengthy. You know, sometimes when project is ongoing, I might like spend 4 hours a day, sometimes 4 hours in one day sitting and thinking, like staring at the fabric or something. Just thinking, with project not moving tangibly. That eats a lot of time. You're giving pretty face and volume hair. Good. I don't know, I just get carried away. Kyo, how many stitches per minute are you? I don't count, just a bunch of swoops here and there. 5 hours. 5 a.m. My loves, I will be going. I'm now debating whether I start my day and treat it as like I start the morning, then I take a nap, and then I continue my day and I reset my schedule. Or if I go to sleep now, think sleep till, I don't know, 12, and I don't know. I don't know what to do. What would be the most optimal right now? Because I feel like I could do both. And I don't know what's the most optimal. Sleep is important, but how to organize it reasonably. That coffee literally just changed my everything. I don't know. It's really wild. At least I wasn't like laying, sometimes you lay in bed without sleeping and just like not knowing what to do. It's not productive, you're not resting. If you like have caffeine close to bed. This time it was productive, so I feel really satisfied. Yet at the same time, now I need to bear consequences. I need to employ my tantric powers. Normally just sleep right after work. Meanwhile, I will do another late night music session after that. Super cool. And then I'll sleep before work as well. I'm afraid that I drank tea a little too late today myself. Yep. I'm so tempted to just start my day like a, like that successful success influencer at 5 a.m. Can I make it turned into a special day actually? I absolutely can. I had this sentiment that a lot of times the most memorable events are nights, sleepless nights, when you're doing something unusual. Nights are like such a twister. They change your perspective of things so much. And when a night, if you want to experience something magical, you can just organize it as some unusual nightly event. And that will be imprinted in the memory. I remember I once walked back in the day, back when I lived in Russia. I went to the seaside with my brother. He was attending some school, some summer school. I went with him, and my friend spontaneously came to visit me. And we were walking along the seashore, and we walked so far, walked like between cities. So we spent the entire night walking. And it feels like I lived in some movie. It was some like life inside of life. It was so amazing. Very memorable, very emotional, super beautiful. That's why sometimes it's so good to embrace such moments that are outside of routine. Even though the routine is very important for sustainability of life, for well-being, yet these events are so fulfilling and special in their own ways. So I'm thinking right now, I have such an opportunity to do something out of the ordinary right now. Kirushka, thank you for your um, picture inspiration of magical night. I wouldn't know as someone who doesn't drink coffee, I can't relate to caffeine. Well, existentially, I'm also against it. I don't necessarily advocate it, but sometimes an all-nighter is an effective way to reset sleep for sure. Извините, have a monthly moment. It's a cockatoo. Walking is the human way, where persistence hunters walk or prey to death. This is why movie slashers that walk but never run are terrifying. A taste of our own medicine. So let me now, after we end the stream, I will sit and think for a little bit. I want to really listen to what I really want. The main thing, however, if today I feel tired, I need to be the thing that the agreement that I need to seal with myself is if I feel tired, I don't feel like looking back, like regret about that I didn't sleep in a certain way and so on. I need to embrace it all. I need to embrace the experience fully. So that will be my only rule here. The rest we'll see. Hear me out, world record for longest continuous live stream. I have to write down my 40 questions in notes. Maybe I might, not sure. That would be super cool, Kiva. This will be such an interesting challenge for me. I'm genuinely very curious and I look forward to that. Longest was 6 hours, I think, before, but not deep in the night. It was from 5 to 11, I think. I think I'm on page 68. I think you are. I would want you to also authorize me which questions you want me to talk about in the stream. Well, questions are on my one experiment, though. That's very curious. And also, if you don't mind side tangents. Are we ready to part ways? I'm so curious to experiment with what I will end up doing right now. Let's do this. Challenges can be a distraction, madam. Don't get too lost in the notes. I don't get lost because I know that I need to keep the structure going. I purposefully don't get lost. What I'll end up doing is being in dream world. Brosky Dix, that's a great plan. Maybe I will follow your path. I am game for continuing to ramble incoherently in written form or ending the stream. Dealer's choice. Yeah, I say that because my questions are known to cause confusion here. Confusion is temporary. We know what to do with it. My dream world is my next experiment. Continuing to ramble. I think I'm gonna go. Oh my god, it's already getting light out. That's crazy. I literally could go sleep on the beach right now. Okay, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you all for today's session. Bye bye. Thank you everyone for gifts, for kind words, for inputs. That bit earlier, but practicing in dreams was quite true, by the way. Does anyone else practice things in dreams and see real improvement? Sorry, good night. Okay, madam, take care. Thank you. Thank you. so they can know words. We need to think about it.